Non basta hablar de esperanza.
It's not about talking about hope, because there is a risk of turning the world into something empty and deceitful. 4 out of 10 people in the world are affected by water shortage. Implicitly, we will be discussing about the need to go further indeed into dialogue that may allow us to expand our perspective, look for shared meanings, find areas of agreement, articulate areas of conflict and discrepancies to build relations that may invite us to grow as a community in our common house. What kind of world are we seeking? What do we want to leave to the children growing today? It's a question that is naturally political. If we disappear, it will be evident that there is a pandemic about the lack of dialogue and the lack of articulation with indigenous peoples. Hay observaciones sobre lo que tenemos que hacer.
Right to water, to the responsibilities and actions to meet that human right.
Part of what makes this forum and work like it so important is that it's helping to build an epistemic community around these issues of water, and particularly around
years being built, along with its audience. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's a huge pleasure to kickstart this sixth forum under the title of Climate Crisis and Water Ecosystem Visions on Conflict Transformation. This is hosted in the framework of the program of From the Right to Water to the Right to Hope. This is the last station, the last stopover of this process. We started out in July when autumn was starting to say goodbye, and in anticipation of this spring, in times where the cycles lead us into hope of being renewed and changed. This is also a day of celebration, a day to think and to meet once again with the substantive and structural issues on which mankind needs to work. It's a possibility also to celebrate this issue of dialogue that is key in practice and in our experience. To start with, we'll hear from Claudio Hams, President of the conference, for his welcoming words. As we start, I would like to greet everyone, prestigious ladies and gentlemen, participants of this virtual meeting. And I would like to ask God to enlighten us and encourages us to stand witness in these difficult times that mankind is undergoing due to the serious and urgent climate and ecological crisis that is aggravated by the COVID-19 . As you know, most of this forum cycle is an institute for global dialogue and for the culture of encounter led by Luis Lieberman and the Pan-Amazon Eclesial Network, PRIOPAM, as a co-host in light of a formal agreement of cooperation. This is also everything under the promotion of Pope Francis, who actually promotes the culture of dialogue and encounter at global level. I hope that we will be able to work on a smooth basis and to come to the best results. Welcome, everyone, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Don Claudio. When we have the chance to meet, not only on Zoom, but physically, we will be able to hack. Before we start, I would like to remind all participants that this experience does the specific English button and for Spanish issues that I would like to thank Don Claudio. It's always a pleasure to have him. And I would also like for the cooperation with the Panama Circulation Network and the Institute of Cultural Encounter have cooperated in the for 4 years. Before we start with the panels, I'd like to thank the National University always of Encounter, Pedro and Jose Romero, the National University of San Antonio de Areco, on behalf of RANTID, his president, the Secretary of University Policy, is led by Jaime Persic, the United Nations Office for Social Projects, and the Foundation of Sanitation Workers for Training and Developing the framework of its university program. This foundation is presided by Jose Luis Lingeri. We'd also like to thank Ambiente Radio that broadcasts or has broadcasted all our meetings on reach out to more and more people. In particular, to thank Carlos Adamo, Enrique Suarez, and Cecilia Flemati. There is always a staff that is unseen, that is not visible, that supports us and goes hand in hand. Whose birthday is today, don't need to sing the happy birthday to him, at least now. Nicolas Lieberman, and our translators, Veronica and Karina. Thank you very much in particular to you, Veronica and Karina, for the patience you have had with us and for lack of behavior in not sending the speeches on time and the presentations on time. And this is also a very special moment for us because along with the REPAN, we have cooperated for a long time. There have been plethoric times of hopeful results, like the meeting in Rome, Bogota, Buenos Aires, and many others in working sessions, and in particular, this which led into the Amazon whose generosity, modesty, and perseverance served Executive Secretary of the REPAN up to this week. He's a key stakeholder in our organization, and he will be now serving at the CELAM, and will be supporting the foundational process of the SEAMA. Dear Mauricio, dear brother, thank you for everything you have done, and we support and we are also respectful of your new stage, and we would like to support you in this process of growth in our organization. This entails that the REPAN has grown over these 6 years, and it has become rooted, led by Don Claudio, Pedro, and Mauricio himself, by recreating networks in the different countries involved in the Amazon basin, and it generates its own process of transition and insight. And this is an honor, in this sense, to introduce the new Executive Secretary of the REPAM, that is Brother Joao Gutenberg Coelho. Joao, please introduce yourselves, and you're welcome to give us your initial words. Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to join you. Thank you very much for the invitation to this forum of From the Right to Water to the Right to Hope. Greetings from Manaus, where we are holding the meeting of waters of the Panama Zone area. This early morning, I went up to the Negro River to collect the spirituality of the waters coming from the different countries, so I could offer this to you in this encounter with pure water from our rivers. And I will also ask that we will be working on a courageous basis to serve water resources that is a source of life. Thank you very much, everyone. And let's move in harmony and in the vision of, on the basis of the vision of care. Thank you very much, Joao. Now, we open the session formally. It will be hosted by the Executive Director of Thank you, Luis. Welcome to the sixth forum. That is the closing one for the International Cycle of Fora on the right to water, to the right to hope. This forum today is very special because it's the last one of this series to season that has gathered 58 international experts from 19 different countries. Over these 6 months, we have reached out through our networks to almost 850,000 people from 61 countries. And we have also had a total of 1,000 participants from 35 countries, mainly from the water and sanitation sector, from the area of education, public policies, religion, NGOs, unions, technology companies, international organizations, we have an extensive and rich forum today, so I would like to be brief here, and I would like to thank all the people that Luis has we hear from Sakya Sasson. We'll see if she will be able to make it on time. Sakya is in London right now. She was in the middle of different presentations. She will be making some space to join us. So let's see if she cannot open the first panel, she will be invited to talk whenever she joins us. Anyway, Sakya Sasson is a brilliant sociologist, geopolitical analyst, and expert understanding of globalization. Sometimes to join us in her busy agenda. Then we'll hear from Robert Billot, Dr. Robert Billot, who impresses us with his commitment in litigation of cases with environmental contamination. You may have seen that Waters, the movie, that is an emblematic reflection of his fight in the state of Ohio in the United States. It's very interesting to meet him personally or at least virtually. In the closing of the first panel, we hear from Jimena Lombana from the Diocese of Florence in the Colombian Caqueta region, has been part of the At the end of each one, there will be a 10-minute Q&A session, as we have had in all the preceding fora, where the participants may write their questions to the speakers on the Q&A section so that the moderator, the panel moderator, may pick them up. The second panel will feature the moderation of sociologist Juan Pablo Olson, and will feature Louis Fauchon, president of the World Water Council, a global entity which we have cooperated since 2017 along with Benedito Braga, and that will feature its next World Water Forum in Senegal. Co-author of the report drafted by this intergovernmental panel that was awarded the Peace Nobel Prize in 2010, and especially guest in the Amazon Synod in October last year. This panel will be closed by Daniel Grude, Vice President of the University of Notre Dame, that is very knowledgeable in international migrations and refugees. His last book on migration, theology, and echoes is about to be published, and his most panel, we'll hear from Fernando Solanas, or Pino Solanas for most of us, Argentine ambassador to UNESCO, with an extensive track record in politics, culture, a renowned filmmaker, and a champion on issues as open cast mining. Then we hear from Miguel Heinz, director of Adveniat, an agency of Catholic cooperation in Germany that is well experienced in missions in Latin America, and a special guest in the Amazon Synod. Cardinal Don Claudio Hams, President of the REPAN, and General Rapporteur of the Amazon Synod, the prophetic soul that goes on this land with generosity, modesty, a renowned observers of the contemporary world. A linguist, thinker, social critic, political activist, and author of countless books like Optimism Over Despair, Fear of Democracy, How the World Moves, among many others. And then we'll also hear on this panel Cardinal Pedro Barreto Jimeno, Vice President of REPAM, one of the authorities of the Amazon Synod, a relentless champion of human rights and unwavering ecologist. This having said, I would like to thank all speakers that are joining us today and those who are part of this forum. Let me remind you that there is simultaneous Spanish and English. When speaking speakers, please should choose the channel should choose the channel where you will use for speaking. And if you have an external microphone, please come as close to the computer as possible to facilitate the translation work. We also like to remind everyone that as each panel's speeches occur or take place, you may write your question in the Q&A. That is a tool that you find in the bottom part of the screen, so you can convey these questions to the speaker. It's important that those who are not speakers may consider that we'll only pick questions written in that Q&A section, not on the chat section. The chat section is an unmoderated section where participants may introduce themselves, showing, for instance, or reflecting their name and country of origin. We'll now hear then, we'll now kick off with the first panel, and we'll hear from Robert Billot, and Sakia Sassen will join us as she comes onto the forum. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, it's an incredible honor and privilege to be here today with all of you and to be on this panel. You know, I have spent the last 20 or 30 years of my career working on the issue of clean water and the right to clean water. I have been doing everything I can to try to raise awareness that it's not just that we need water. Clean water. You know, I started my career as a lawyer. And when I started off, I was working in the United States, in Cincinnati, Ohio. And my understanding was anything that was toxic, carcinogenic, hazardous, or dangerous was on a list, was regulated, that the government had already made sure that anything that we could be exposed to that might cause harm in our water was, and as long as we were making sure to take a drink of water, that we were safe, we were perfectly fine. And what I came to learn the hard way was when a farmer walked into my office in 1998, armed with videotapes and photographs showing white foaming water coming out of a landfill, and his cows wasting away and developing tumors, and animals dropping dead after drinking this water. And we started digging into what was going on there. We discovered that the world of regulated chemicals was just one small part of what was going on with our water systems. We discovered that there was, in fact, an entire world of tens of thousands of unregulated chemicals that had been developed before a lot of the federal and state and international rules and regulations governing what is allowed in our water even came into existence. And we're talking about chemicals that were completely man-made, didn't exist on this planet until right after World War II, and were developed, created by man, and started being spewed into our environment as early as the 19th. Before there were any rules, any regulations on whether something was toxic or hazardous or not. And this particular group of chemicals that I started investigating, called PFAS, which you may now have heard referenced as forever chemicals, because these completely man-made chemicals have this unique ability to not break down once they get out into our environment. They have this unusual carbon-fluorine bond that makes it almost impossible. Started being spewed out into the environment in the 50s and the 60s, getting into our air, into our water, being used in all kinds of different industrial processes. Processes to make nonstick cookware, stain and waterproof clothing and carpeting, fast food wrapping and packaging, paper products, electroplating, you name it. All kinds of different manufacturing operations. And those chemicals, the environment, they didn't break down, which made them really useful for industrial processes. They had this unusual and uncanny ability to get into living things and into people. And this was known by the companies that were making and releasing these chemicals into our environment by the 1970s. That if these chemicals were used and made, they would get out into our water, into our groundwater, into our drinking water. And by getting to us and get into our blood and stay there and build up to higher and higher levels over time. And were known to be toxic and could cause cancer in animals, but are in the United States. The rules and regulations that started coming out in the 1970s really focused on new chemicals and new materials coming out into the environment. And for these existing chemicals that were already out there, essentially it was up to the companies making or releasing them to alert the government agencies, to alert the scientific community, to tell the public that these chemicals even existed or were causing harm. And unfortunately, in the case that we were dealing with, when I started digging through the internal documents that these companies had, we realized that wasn't happening, that wasn't being done. So that the government, the public, the scientists didn't know anything about these. So the government was focusing on new chemicals going out. Nobody knew about these existing chemicals. And for 70 years, they were going out into our environment, getting out into our air, into our soil, into our water, going into rivers, going into the aquifers where they were being pulled up into public drinking water supplies. And by the 1990s and early 2000s, these chemicals had managed to find their way into drinking water and groundwater all over the planet. And in fact, we now know that this class of chemicals, which includes hundreds, if not thousands of chemicals, are in drinking water all over the world, not just in the United States. There was just recently a study, for example, that the chemicals were being found in the blood of children in Guinea who had never been exposed to the manufacturing processes from these chemicals. So we have massive worldwide contamination of our water supplies with man-made toxic carcinogenic chemicals. And you wonder, how did this happen? How does something like this occur? And even now, once we start to realize that these chemicals are in our drinking water, they're in our air, in our water, and they've managed to make their way out there over the last 70 years and are not only in the blood of all of us, they're in the blood of our children as they're born. And this is not just a situation of our water, these chemicals are contaminating our water and they have no effect, or it's no big deal. They are linked with serious human disease. including cancers. And in fact, the most concerning thing is these chemicals, which now contaminate the worldwide water supplies, are been linked with decreased immune response, decreased vaccine response at a time when we're all struggling with a pandemic. You know, vividly highlighting the interconnectedness of contaminated water and public health and worldwide implications from having situations like this occur. I have been doing everything I can to try to highlight how does something like this happen. I wrote my book called Exposure and the movie Dark Waters, which came out. We've been trying to highlight this story so that people all over the world can see something like this impacts everyone. Allowing these kinds of chemicals and this kind of chemical contamination to go out in the water impacts everyone. And the problem I've been struggling with as a lawyer states, it is up to the people who've been exposed to have to prove that these chemicals are causing them harm before they're removed from their water, before they're entitled to the right to have clean water. They are told essentially they have to keep drinking this and they have to continue to be exposed until they, the exposed people, can come forward with enough evidence to prove that this is actually making them sick. Something that's almost impossible for the average person or a small community or contaminated group to do. Something that we were able to do only because we got a huge settlement from one of the companies that was making and releasing these chemicals and had enough money to actually test everyone in the community and be able to prove the harmful health effects. So what I've been trying to do is raise awareness of the fact that we have massive contamination of our water supplies worldwide with unregulated chemicals that there's a lot known about, unfortunately, by the manufacturers. And to try to raise awareness of the fact that it should not be up to the people who are exposed to be having to prove they have a right to have the clean water, and that they only get clean water if they can prove it's causing them to be made sick or die. That there should be a way that people should be able to go into court, for example, and argue that they have the right to have clean water supplies, that should be taken as a given. They shouldn't have to prove that they're entitled to that clean water. And it's something I've been working as hard as I can on to try to raise awareness of. I was fortunate enough to be able to speak with Maud Barlow, for example, and when we had a presentation with the International Right Livelihood Foundation to try to talk about this concept on an international basis. And I'm really excited to be able to be here with all of you. Very humbled to be in the presence of those of you on this call and on this panel to be able to continue to discuss these topics about not only how do we get people water, but how do we make sure that the water is clean and that they have a right to that clean water without having to be going into courts and spending untold amounts of money and time to prove why they're entitled to clean water. That should be taken as a given. So with that, I am be happy to participate in the panel discussion and look forward to talking with everyone this morning. Thank you.
Gracias, Rob.
Thank you very much, Robert. We now give the floor to Jimena Lombana. Good morning. My name is Jimena Lombana. I'm part of the pastoral team of the South Vicariate of Florencia Caqueta. I was born in Bogota, capital of Colombia, that is called the cement forest. And as a citizen, I will see water as a public service that was costly and scarce. I grew in the middle of rivers that were characterized by being filled with waste cement. I'm speaking from Florencia Caqueta, the gate to Colombian Amazon. We are at the foot of the Amazon Mount, where the Andes mountain range is melted with the Amazon immensity and whose major legacy for the communities and the Amazon people is water in all of its phases. Rivers, plains, and I will now be focusing on how to explain this relation between water and the territory from my personal experience and the collective experience in pastoral work we have conducted with the South Vicariate, the Archdiocese of Florence, and the concrete experience with rural communities in Bolera, Valparaíso, along the Pescado River. Our priority is that we work on the basis of projects rather than the basis of processes. That is actually on the basis of processes rather than projects, from the autonomy and sovereignty of rural communities and from unity in the diversity of this Pan-Amazon area. In this sense, we should understand that water goes beyond our limits of land use planning. That is our anthropocentrism view, and from looking at it as blocks where one finishes and the other one starts. Water moves around in a different rationale. It should be the vision of water from the basin view, the one that decides land use planning. My goal, I am proud to have been selected for this. My goal is to submit these regional report conclusions about the infringement of rights in the Pan-Amazon area that picks up the evidence of the impact and brought by the imposition of two models based on the commodification of nature, of the Amazon, of water, and on the imposition of mega projects that are called development projects, which with the ejection, expulsion of communities seek to implement major biofuel, mining, clean energy projects or hydroelectric energy electrics or fuel-related ones. This report compiles 13 cases from 5 countries. We have different infringed rights, 5 related to free determination, 4 related to cultural identity, indigenous and riverside, 1 water right related, and 2 related to the right to the habitat, and 1 related to the criminalization, the non-criminalization of the defense of life. It's a case in Colombia we'll be telling you about. This country-based report relates to 2 cases from Bolivia, 4 from Brazil, 2 from Colombia, 2 from Ecuador, and 3 from Peru. I am very short of time. I won't be able to elaborate on all of them. You are all invited to explore this report so you can come into a closer contact with the realities of these communities. In this sense, one of the major conclusions on this report is the understanding of diversity, of social diversity. We understood that our older brothers, indigenous peoples that are contacted and those who are not contacted are the original inhabitants, the ancestral inhabitants of the Amazon, the owners of their territories and the top authority in this Amazon territory. But it's also a need that we may recognize and include in decision-making, especially in connection with water and diversity territory, all the traditional inhabitants of the Amazon area, such as rural communities, riverside communities, Afro-descendant communities that have contributed and still contribute to the care and preservation of this ecosystem, that have been the basis of the economy for the peoples and the municipalities on the basis of solidarity economy, processes of food security and sovereignty, and the contribution to the economies, to the dynamics of the economies of these that have also been victim of the action and the omissions of the states throughout the history of the Amazon colonization. In the case of Colombia, also victims of the armed conflict and the wrongly called post-conflict era. The territorial peace, a stable territorial peace, is far from being achieved. We also like to tell you about the lessons learned on the basis of the flagship cases of this report. That is a case of the criminalization, the harassment, the profiling of leaders, communities, and organizations that preserve the life and exercise the right to pacific living. This is a phrase that was coined by communities. Valparaiso love each other, cannot be purchased, are not for sale. They are respected, they are defended. This case has had a 6-year resistance in the communities of Morelia, Valparaiso. Emerald Energy wants to implement the Nogal project. Emerald Energy has been awarded a petroleum block and a contract, a 30-year contract that may be expandable into 90 years, and an environmental license to explore and exploit a 1,000-hectare area that is involved in this project. As concerns the criminalization and harassment, that infringement of rights, in 2015 and 2016, the company used law enforcement agencies to attack the civil cohabitation, peaceful cohabitation. You may have seen this resistance. And in 2018, in the framework of the environmental hearing, where we, as a South Vicarate, were profiled as being against it, because we had 3,000 people gathering with environmental authorities to discuss cultural, social arguments, why not the field project, and why we should vindicate the rights of farmers as subjects of rights. In that sense, we have had many impacts and many endeavors on the side of farmers. This is an image of the public hearing where we were able to come up with all of our arguments, and we managed to achieve a highly restricted license, which was still actually granted. We should move into the learnings we have had, but on the basis of the rationale of water and the process. 3 different phases of water: liquid, gaseous, and solid. In the case of the gaseous, we should understand the relationship between the ocean, the mountain range, and the forest. We should understand there are overhanging rivers, there are surface waterways and underground waterways, and the relation between these elements impact on the water cycle and the climate. The mankind is dependent upon. Should understand, or sometimes should act on the basis of the global-locality concept, how my house, my body, my cycle is part of a whole that is a planet and a great Pan-Amazon area, and how that is enshrined in this planet. That it also affects my own place. We should understand that what is the sense of use and relationship with water, how we consume it, how we handle the waste, if I take care of the water-related problems. And we should understand that in my home tap, that's the starting of the sea, and if that's the starting of the sea, that's the starting of the Amazon area. And then in the water phase, water has to flow, to persevere, to adapt our society. We can break a rock. In that sense, in the confluence process and the unity process and social action, that has been key in our case in the promotion of water as a right to life. And this is based on 4 pillars that have allowed us to go through the cycles and to preserve our hope in spite of the bad times. It's key that we may be part of the ground root basis processes. There are many strategies, mobilization, the legal issue. That's not, we should have combined energy with fluidity of water, understanding the problems of very few people. This is The petroleum example is one that can be taken as example of how we can handle this in the municipality and the national level. And then the mobilizations in the territories in the city of Bogota, in our interaction with institutionality. This is an action, this is a meeting. You can see there in the slide. Then we have the committee that wrote the referendum that was repealed. And to sum up, water has endowed us with solidity. That's a foundational process of our process, the process of care and defense. This is what the farmers say in this sign. Being present in the defense of water to right. Let's move forward. This solidity has also done with conviction. Here you can see a farmer that was shot in the back by the army. His conviction, his determination, the prevention approach will act before the company gets into the territory. So our sense of life may not be changed. This is the commitment they have undertaken as commissioners for the right to water. Understanding that if we want to demand, we should also take care of it and understand that we are part of the problem, that we consume. And we also have a fingerprint and what kind of water print we are leaving. We, as agents of the pastoral area, we are all part of this problem. And there's a sense of shared responsibility. It's not just about us, mankind, but we are also trying to protect the flora and fauna. In our case, the Caquetá region, this is the caquis, that is endemic species. And the other rock is the role of the church in understanding, in transforming, moving forward in the sense of Christian commitment and citizen commitment. And we have built as a vicariate for over 30 years a church project along with the Amazon community, where all the process of the pontifical process of Pope Francis has been our flagship, from the Laudato Si encyclical letter up to the pre-synod process and during the synod, until we come up with those dreams, and not just the Pope's dream, but also the dreams of the Amazon areas. And our work as a vicariate is to understand this awareness of unity in the faith of life. That is, we cannot be a good Christian person if we are not a good citizen. We may pray, but still sin. So we should be consistent in the care of our body, of our families, of our community, municipality, and country. And supporting good food and environmental practices by monitoring our processes to pick up everything. That is, there are models that are affected in the Amazon. That's a model of the Amazon farming settlement and the territorial autonomy. From our own farming areas and from our own communities should come and water as a sacred principle that we're giving our baptism. That's made us into prophets as a church, as laymen, as a community. We should champion. That gives us hope, that gives us a strength to report and to announce. This is the sense of shared responsibility. In the framework of this forum, we would like to tell all of you that we need urgent support for political lobbying, so that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Farmers and Rural Communities may be undertaken by all the Amazon area countries. Colombia abstained from it. We are demanding that it may be signatory to this declaration and it may be made into a binding treaty that may respond to what the communities want as a project of life. and a relevant vindication. In the dialogue, agreement should be reviewed to include all the diverse Amazon communities, not only to the right of prior consultation, but also previous and informed consent, because eventually what we are talking is about the legacy to our children and grandchildren. Water, preserving the soil and water means ensuring our future. And eventually, I chose not to have children because I consider that there are too many of us and too scarce resources to share. But those who have had children, we all have a duty of shared responsibility and consistency. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ximena. Let me discuss two specific issues. One, I would like to remind you that the forum is broadcast on YouTube. You can find it on forest.encuentromundi.org, forodelagua.encuentromundi.org, in case the Zoom platform fails, which may happen. I have no doubt that Ximena's presentation is important, is courageous, and I'm convinced that sometimes technologies are tricky. So, Ximena, you referred to a series of slides that we were unable to see. It would be good that we may view them, because you made reference to them. So if you could briefly pick up on that, if you could possibly share from your desktop that PPT briefly. Why didn't you tell me? It's okay, no problem. It's part of what sometimes happens.
Ok. Le dejamos el bien. Ximena, esto es Bogotá, evidentemente.
This is Bogotá. Ximena, is that okay? Let me tell you. This is the salmon forest I was telling you about. This is Caquetá. This is where this is merged with the mountain range and the plains. The water richness of our territory, plains, rivers, and here is this hugeness.
And I just want to know that I am
there is there, I was highlighting the fact that in the face of this, the petroleum blocks have a rationale of we cannot stop the flow of water if this was just a block as they claim. Water uses a different rationale that should be included in land use planning. We have the cases on the report. I have already discussed. Sorry, but there is someone else talking on another. Understanding water in its dynamics, ocean, Amazon, mountain range, and the relevance of a water cycle regulation. What you decide in the main spheres, you know how that affects at global level. And water has taught us through participation, commissions of right to water. I told you this became a municipal cause. There have been demonstrations in Bogotá, Caquetá. There was a gathering of all different institutions that is the source of resistance. This is the the committee that drafted the referendum. This is a group of farmers that was involved in this right of life. We should understand that we are part of a problem and that it's not just about ourselves, but we are also talking about species like Comunidad. We also have a Christian and citizen commitment that we should be up to. We should not be neutral. And that single process of the Laudato Si and the dreams of the dear Amazon is the flagship as a church to act in the territory where we were questioned about why we would like to take a side, to be sided with the farmers. Francis was our flagship, our shield. Our vicariate has been working on as an articulating nexus, and how we have connected good social and environmental processes and our Amazon, Star Amazon plan. This is a process of vindication and promotion of rights. And in this sense, we should reconvert ourselves at human and ecological level. And so we understand ourselves in the sense of baptism, understand that the new generations have a lot to say. And that especially applies to those who have children and grandchildren. Thank you very much, Jimena. This replication has been successful. Now, please stop sharing your screen. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity of explaining once again. Basically, it's about cooperative learning. Claudio Holmes always says we should work together, support each other as brothers. We can laugh at these kind of situations that happen. We realize sometimes there are usually things like this happening. We now give the floor again to Gabriela, so she can introduce Saxia Sasson, and then we have the debate, the closing debate. This is being broadcast on YouTube on forosdelagua.encuentromundi.oar. Thank you, Luis. I can see Saxia Sasson now. I will be changing into English for a minute now.
Saskia, hi, good morning. Are you there? So, hi, good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Saskia. We can see you. Okay.
You're unmuted. But she's muted.
Okay.
There's nothing we can do. You're unmuted and they see you.
We will.
How do you know that they see me?
Because the video is going. And you can see here that it's working because it's, you know, it goes up like that.
Okay.
That's leave the meeting.
No es menor que están Saskia Sassen y Richard Sennett,
No, they're having a chat.
actuales,
Why don't you just go
discutiendo con
and
la
just
tecnología.
eat
Es
something,
algo que
etc.?
no muchas veces lo
And
vamos
we're
a ver.
leaving in 5 minutes. So now let's see if he looks like this sympathetic guy is going to unmute you.
You're not muted.
I mean, why? It's just that we cannot hear the sound, is what I don't understand.
Let's see what's up
It's
here.
weird.
Gabriela, parece que no te escuchan.
No te están
No,
escuchando.
parece. Okay. No me están escuchando. Yo estoy tratando de avisarles esto, perdón.
I'm trying to let them know
Son cuestiones técnicas.
these are technical issues.
En esta virtualidad.
The subtitle.
Bueno, lo que podemos hacer, Luis, si te parece.
What we may do, Luis,
Yo trato de conectarme
as I try to connect Sasha from somewhere else, can you move on with questions? There were questions for Robert Billot and for Ximena. If we could move forward on that, and then we pick up with Sakia later, would that be okay?
It looks like she's also trying to. No, they're asking him questions. Let's go.
Momento, porque ahí ya tenemos nuevamente a
Now we
Saskia.
have Sakia again. I am in the thought that we may take a few minutes. In the meantime, Robert and Ximena, you may look on the Q&A section what the question was, so you can think over the possible responses.
Muy bien.
Have a piece of bread.
Ahí están llegando. Básicamente,
There she is. Basically, it's what you never see in the backstage of the Congress, so it's okay.
Ok. Voy a tratar de enviarle también un correo.
I'm going to send her an email.
Mientras vos le envías el correo, le preguntamos a Ximena, ¿cómo ves el diálogo
Ximena, how do you see cities into rural areas? The speech of human resources is seen from the western part. How can that be conceived in harmony with our ancestors? Several items there. As a church, as part of the REPAM, and in my job or my work as a South Vicariate, we support processes. We listen to the communities. We try to understand their visions and their cosmovision. Interaction is difficult. When I told you about this, I would say that it's a dialogue of depth. Here, there are people who said that the state should create mechanisms of interaction with the communities, and those mechanisms are seen as implementing projects. Socializing is seen as supporting, but that should be explained before they award the petroleum contract. It's implementing a co-opted speech of human resources. Let me tell you a story. The hydrocarbon agency here has a strategy that is called, that is in conflict. If Mr. Robert was saying something about chemical dumping, here what we are talking about is a petroleum company, a petroleum industry, the consumption of water. There is also the additional dumping of chemicals of petroleum companies. So we should understand that dynamic. And how is that implemented? They have fora conducted with the common house speech, and the vindication of rights is seized by them. And that's suddenly is co-opting the convictions, the determinations of the communities to divert the attention of the vindication of structural changes that are seen in the Amazon, like the bioenergy moratorium. All projects should be stopped, and specifications and bids should be stopped, because the question remains, why conserving, why preserving, and for whom? That is, we should not lose the narrative, the speech, and the visions, how to retrieve and visibilize that from the local into the global aspect. That would be my response. Thank you very much, Ximena. As I read the nice chat sent by Daniel Ledesma, congratulations on the excellent panel. It's a pleasure to listen from the hums. I would like to confess I am a disaster reading in English, so Nicolás will be reading 2 questions by Silvia Alonso and Teobaldo for Dr. Robert Billot.
¿Querés que las lea yo?
¿Las tenés vos ahí? Dale, perfecto.
Do you want me to read them?
Okay.
Yes.
Las voy a leer en inglés. So it says, from Silvia Alonso to Rob Billot, do you think ADC regulation is possible? Some of them also are organic persistent pollutants.
Yes, I definitely think it is possible. And in fact, one of the things I think that's being discussed right now, and the example that is being used is the group of chemicals that I was just discussing, PFAS, the polyfluoroalkylated substances, which is a huge mouthful. But yeah, people are talking about coming up with ways to regulate entire groups of chemicals, or chemicals that share certain characteristics like endocrine disruption. And there are examples of ways that's been done in the past, and I think it is doable. And I think as long as you have people that are standing up, speaking out, and demanding that it be done, that we will get there. And raising awareness of those issues and making it clear that people are insisting that we do this. That'll happen. You know, we're starting to see this finally happen in the United States with PFAS chemicals, and it's only after this story has finally made its way out into the public, you know, through a motion picture and through a book and through a documentary, that people are finally seeing, wait a minute, how is it that we are regulating chemicals? Years for each chemical, and there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of them. This doesn't work, and we've got to come up with a new way. So there's a lot of discussion going on at international levels as well about coming up with new and more effective ways to regulate chemicals as classes or chemicals based on certain shared characteristics. It can be done, and I think it should be done.
Gabriela. Ok.
Aquí estoy.
Bien. Estás muteada y...
I'm here. Yeah, muted.
Ok. Bien. ¿Teníamos alguna otra pregunta para...
Billot?
Okay.
As well. I'm going to read in English so it can be translated by the translator.
So it's from Tebaldo. It says, thank you to all the panelists. And following the law-oriented remarks of Rob Billot, I ask about examples, recent encouraging examples of tribunal or courts precisely protecting the human right to safe drinking water.
And once again, I think there are some great examples that hopefully are encouraging and inspiring to people to know that this can happen. And in fact, we've seen it here again. Once again, I'll use the example of PFAS chemical contamination. The only way people here in the United States were able to get clean water, to get water filters put, or having cancers and other injuries, was through our court systems. The regulations, the laws, the legislation was still dragging on, and nothing was happening on those levels. And the only way the community and the individuals who were being injured were able to get any relief was going through the court system here in the United States. And it took a long time. It's a long process. It's complicated, but at least the legal system provided us the tools and the ability to be as innovative as we could to actually get the right recognized, that you have a right to have this water filtered and to have it cleaned. Right now, there is litigation going on where we're trying to, I'm actually bringing a case where I'm trying to bring claims on behalf of everyone in the United States that now have these PFAS chemicals in their blood. And the claim is not to get money damages, but the claim is to have the science, the studies, and the testing done to tell us exactly what these chemicals are doing to us that are in our water, that are in our blood, and to have the companies that did it pay for it, not the people who were exposed. Because as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, the traditional system here is that the people who exposed and the people that have been drinking the dirty water are the ones being told, you have to come forward with all of these studies and all of this information to prove why this chemical is harmful to you, when they're usually the ones who don't have the resources and ability to do that. And it's almost an impossible burden. So we're trying to find ways through the legal system to do something innovative there, to shift that and to make sure that the people who are exposed get the studies, get the testing, get the clean water, and not be the ones who were forced to pay for it. But I think things can be done. They are being done through the legal systems, and we've got the opportunity there to have these things done. And I know there's been a lot of discussion too about trying to find ways to have this basic human right to clean water recognized in the courts and actually enforced by the courts without having to go through all of these additional steps. So I'm encouraged by it. I think the more we have discussions like this, and the more this is being discussed on an international basis, the better shot we have at moving this through, so it's a lot easier for folks to get things like this done.
Muchas gracias, Robert. Hago un comentario.
Thank you very much, Robert. This is a comment for Robert and Ximena for a final closing comment. It's someone who's not identified. Here in Rosario, in the province of Santa Fe, there is an ecological killing to use the land for cattle raising. It would be good to put together international voices for the defense of our water and our environment. I am just an average citizen. What can we do so that our rights be respected to decide? It's not just about over the right to water and the right to our land. It is a reflection and a rhetorical question included, or embedded included a rhetoric question that is prioritize the right, the human right to water over economic rights. That's a challenge. What's your reflection on this for both Robert and Ximena? Who would like to start? Raise your hands.
Okay, I'll start. Thanks for the question. You know, that's an incredibly important balancing test that's going on right now, and different countries are struggling with it in different ways. And for example, in the United States, that is a critical debate that's going on. You know, the right to clean water versus the right to have these businesses and industries. And, you know, and it's just this whole basic concept that's so firmly entrenched in the US economy, for example, that you as a company have a right to get a permit to put stuff into the water. You know, that is somehow a right, and it's that is so firmly entrenched, and it's very difficult to overcome that. But I think the more people speak out and actually take action, demand that these things be done, talk about these things, talk to the people that are in charge of writing the laws and the regulations, whoever those people may be in your particular country. I mean, we're seeing that here in the United States. The more people talk about the story of PFAS chemicals, for example, for the first time in 20, 30 years, we are seeing people talk about putting these things into law, starting to change the rules, starting to change the regulations. Things I thought as a lawyer I would never see happening in the United States. But it is happening, and it's happening because the stories are being shared. People are talking about these things. We're having conferences like this where people are saying, this is a basic concept that ought to be acknowledged. And you know, the more we can do things like this, the more we can support the individuals who are standing up and speaking out, the better. And it takes every one of us, every individual, every community, you know, standing up, speaking out, and demanding that these things be done. Because what makes the change is the public awareness, the knowledge, the information sharing that these problems even exist, and that there are ways to solve them. There are people that are out there wanting to find ways to find solutions. So again, I would just encourage everybody, you know, that's working on these issues to continue these kinds of discussions and share these stories, share this information in exactly what we're doing in these kinds of situations. And I think, you know, I think we should all have hope, you know, that we will get clean water. We will have recognized rights in this way because we're all talking about it. We all share the same vision, and it doesn't matter which country we're in. We're all here talking about the same thing. So I think that's incredibly encouraging.
Gracias, Robert. Por supuesto, la película la podrías haber hecho vos.
You may have actually played the main role in the movie yourself, rather than Mark Ruffalo. It's actually interesting to cooperate with you. It's an interesting experience that you have conducted and had in the United States. Ximena, you're closing for this question? This is a unique model applied to the entire planet. We are part of that model. We should remember what we were like in the world, where we were in the world before the pandemic. We were all on the streets in China, in the United States, in Africa. There was unity around this feeling of what's being generated for the planet and for mankind. So it's about not losing that perception of visualization of the causes and the impacts of responsibilities of companies and states because of their action or their omission. There are treaties that should move from the consultation stage into the binding stage, so that there will be a strict methods for controlling and how that's strengthening the territories. From the point of view of the city, when I show you the tap, I would say that that's the starting point of the sea. When you open your tap at home, you are connected already to the Amazon, to the ocean. We should keep that in mind. We should not look at ourselves, but should have that global view. But anyway, from my personal practices, that's also important. How many of us or researchers on the Amazon or pastoral team are consuming technology? There is a new mobile phone being launched and we already want to buy it. So we need to see how we each that is not being afraid of mobilizing. We should express ourselves from our own homes, make noise from our homes, be part of the problem and part of the solution. Getting out of that bubble. Researchers, academicians, the academia is indebted to the territory. We are tired of this territory. We are just being like insects, being inspected by everyone, being studied by everyone. They tell us how we should live, but they never listen to how we have been living. And then they try to impose on us situations that are not linked to our community. So the academia should be committed with that. In the Amazon University has been key, how we get the children from that intellectual academic bubble so they may feel it, they talk to each farmer, so we can share something and we build something cooperatively. That would be our call. So how we move out from that bubble and how we start feeling part of a common house, not just in words, but also in actions.
Luis, ¿tenés algo más para comentar? Si no, sigo yo.
No, sencillamente recordar que por estas cuestiones técnicas, si alguien se cae del canal de
someone has a failure in Zoom, you can log on to YouTube where you can have this debate broadcasted. Gabriela, the floor is yours. This is a good comment. If you cannot follow us on Zoom, you can keep viewing this forum on our YouTube channel that is available on www.forosdelagua.encuentromundi.org. A technical comment, additional technical comment. As you may have seen, we have had some technical problems with Sasha Sansen. She was very short, so unfortunately, she won't be able to join us because she has to carry on with her lectures. Hopefully in the near future we'll hear from her, and even though she is not listening to us, we would like to thank her for her time. We'll now move into the second panel and now give the floor to Juan Pablo Olson, that will be the moderator. Thank you very much, Gabriela. Good morning, everyone, panel members and the participants. It's an honor for me to coordinate and facilitate this second panel. Thank you very much, Ximena and Robert, for your excellent presentations and your participation, and also for your commitment to the defense of water, where you discussed about the problem of pollution, water pollution in the United States and the Amazon area. We should all cooperate together to provide hope. As mentioned by Cardinal Hams and Pope Francis, we should be protectors, custodians of the creation rather than distractors. Having thanked the speakers from the first panel, we'll now move forward into the second panel. We'll now welcome Luis Fochon, President of the World Water Council. We'll also have Carlos Nobre from Brazil, a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and Daniel Grudi, Vice President of the University of Notre Dame in the United States. I will now give the floor to Luis Fochon for his speech.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of water, on behalf of the World Water Council, I would like first to express my deep appreciation to Encuentro Mundi and REPAM organizing this forum. It's a very great pleasure and honor to be with you today for supporting this universal cause of global access to water and sanitation. Dear friends of water, I would like to say first that water is politics. Water has always been a political issue, and it will be more and more a political issue in the next decades. As you will all agree, water should be a vehicle for dialogue and peace between nations and men. But ironically, one should not forget that the word rival comes from the Latin rivalis, meaning one. This said, I would like to stress how important political negotiations are key for us to share the flows at all scales, as water can be a source of conflict or tension or peace between men. And for example, the filling of the Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia is the current and the most critical example of a necessary hydro-diplomacy, and concerning this example between countries concerned as Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia mostly. Our daily news keep reminding us that our world is plagued by multiple crises in terms of energy, food, health, climate, and many others. And each of these crises trigger tensions, either human tensions, ecological, commercial, diplomatic, but in each case, political responses are needed. Nevertheless, said in all language, water is life. Either in the Bible or the Quran, the wells in the desert are the sources that offer nomads places of joy and wonder. The Quran mentioned the word water 63 times, and thus marks the veneration of which water is the object in the Muslim tradition. In the Bible, thus the Genesis starts, when the creation of God as hovering over the waters. All religion emphasizes the double nature of water, the spiritual one and the material one. They are unanimous. Water is the source and the driving force of all life. Yes, water is life, but water is also poverty. Water is also injustice. Water is sometimes death. Water is a public good. Water is a collective wealth. And it shows that it will become more and more a political object. The water which has given birth has been progressively ill-treated and misused by mankind. We all have been short-sighted. And we can ask the question, why so much inconsistency and carelessness? There's, for us, three main reasons. The first, because of a continuous growing demography, which is still unstoppable. We have always the same quantity of water on Earth, but we have more and more inhabitants. Translated into ever-growing megacities, this creates new poverty centers in slums and informal settlements. These megacities have become year after year the real monsters of modern times. The second reason is because too much water is wasted in too many places. And we have to change our individual behaviors and our public policies for transgenerational solidarity in order to stop the spoliation of water resources. The third reason is that the climate debate has overshadowed the real source of the problem, our disposable society, by making it the scapegoat of all our mistakes, human mistakes. Climate is what His Majesty Mohammed VI, King of Morocco, calls the ultimate injustice made to the most vulnerable all over the world. And in spite of all our efforts, water demand keeps growing faster than water offer. In these conditions, dear friends of water, what can we do to guarantee to all human beings the right to access to water and sanitation in sufficient quantity and quality, as our colleague lawyer has said before? The right to water is an easy concept to formulate, but it's very complex to implement. Our Council is working since more than 20 years on this issue to try to move from the concept to the practical solutions. Right to water is meaningless without its prerequisite, access to water. What means right to water if we do not have access to water? Access to water is part of the right to water, the main one, because billions of people on this planet do not have access to water, and they don't have right to water. No access, no right. And we need, as I have said, to move from a theoretical position, concept, to practical applications. For example, it's very important to have a right to water in the constitution of every country. But it's laws with guarantee minimum allocations to every household. There's the upper priority, and there is the field priority, and also social tarification. The right to water and access to water are strongly linked to our major concern, which is water security. Water security to fight water scarcity and to guarantee the efficiency of users. This is the issue of water security, the major requirement for the years and decades to come. And right to water and water security should not be simply seen as an abstract concept, a target to be reached among 17 other sustainable development goals. No, access to water should be implemented as a daily imperative, a reality of every moment, a need for everyone, a right for all, which requires securing water for humans and in the same time securing water for nature. Securing today's water and securing water for tomorrow, which has a question of the reservoir all over the world. Securing upstream water and securing downstream water for balanced allocations and combat pollutions. And securing the resource for its protection and for its use by establishing and strengthening the 3 pillars of the water house: knowledge, finance, governance. Shared knowledge, innovative finance, and scale governance. These 3 pillars are fully interlinked and paramount. This is our new challenge, today and future challenge. And to reach this challenge, the technical solutions already exist. For example, as you know, desalination and water reused, coupled with renewable energy, such as solar or wind power, allow dozens of millions of women and men to access water and sanitation. And all this is part of the political action that we must push for. Taps before guns. This is a political decision that some governments have to take. So as I've said, water is politics. Water is everybody's concern, from international organizations, governments, of course, but also parliamentarians, basin organizations, local authorities, and citizens. And this is the main challenge and the main objective of the next World Water Forum. As you know, the World Water Council is organizing every 3 years a World Water Forum. The last one was in Brasilia. The 9th World Water Forum, for the first time, will be organized in Africa in collaboration with the Republic of Senegal and the city of Dakar. The forum are the most important even in the field of water. More than 10,000, sometimes 15,000 delegates, and in Brasilia, quite 100,000 visitors and participants. So under the theme of water security for peace and development, this next forum in 2021 will be the greatest opportunity for inclusive dialogue among all communities and religions. And we will probably, with your help, take some initiative to organize different meetings between the religions which are present all over the world. Together, we have the ambition to go from theoretical solution to practical responses, from discoveries to implementations, from office work to ground experiments, to give a better meaning and credibility to this forum. These hands-on response are mainly the transfer and the sharing of technological solutions, financial solutions, institutional solutions, which must change the daily life of the poorest. To win this challenge, we need your collaboration. We need your expertise. We need your commitment, commitment from all of you, from human communities and from all countries around the world. We have to blame, but also we have to propose, and we have to build a positive world, a positive water world. So on the road to Dakar, on the road to water access for all, we must bring responses to the most vulnerable to lead them toward a better future made of solidarity and dignity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Luc Follon. Y ahora
Thank you very much, Mr. Follon. Will now give the floor to Carlos Nobre, member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Carlos, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to change into English because my Portuñol or Spanish mixed with Portuguese is not very good.
Climate change, and water. And Mr. Follon mentioned that climate change is not the most important issue related to water. Certainly pollution that has happened for thousands of years and is a very, very serious, critical issue. Water access, water rights are all critical, urgent issues. However, we have to pay attention because climate change is already changing the hydrological. Does not have a solution like you can think of ways of solving the pollution problems in particular areas, in cities. Climate change will be with us for hundreds of years or thousands of years. So that's why it becomes so important. So I will focus mostly in South America and especially in the Amazon. What we are seeing already, we are seeing an increase in the frequency of hydrological extremes. We are seeing an increase in the severity of droughts and also of floods. And that has all to do with a very, very simple physics. More warmer climate, more evaporation from the oceans, more water vapor in the atmosphere, meaning rain episodes much stronger. So we have floods. Floods are becoming more common. But also warmer temperatures in the soil, in the vegetation, means evaporation is higher when there is a drought. So only with these elements of climate change, we are seeing stronger floods and also more severe droughts. On the other hand, the changes in global circulation brought about by climate change are changing the way we see the hydrological cycle. For instance, particularly for South America, we have a warming in the North Atlantic, which is inducing less rain, droughts in tropical South America east of the Andes. We already seen that. So I just want to mention that this is already something that we are observing and we have to pay attention. And climate change also makes hurricanes more intense. Even if science does not know whether we are going to have more hurricanes in the future, but they are becoming more intense. And also strong El Nino episodes, the warming of the equatorial Pacific Ocean, which has a tremendous global impact on climate. So that's the elements, and also the changes in hydrological cycle. For instance, we are observing this year very severe drought in southern Amazon, in central South America, particularly the Pantanal region, which has induced a peak year in fires, vegetation fires. We are having in Pantanal the highest number of vegetation fires ever recorded. So this is all related also to climate. Of course, fires, unfortunately, they are set by humans. Naturally caused fires are very rare. So basically, we are seeing also the changing climate inducing fires in California, in Australia, in Siberia, northern Canada, boreal forests, and also making wet forests, like the Amazon forest, much more vulnerable to fires. In South America, I would like to highlight a few impacts. As I mentioned, when we look at future scenarios of climate change. And I have also to make a point here. If we look at projections from climate change scientists made, let's say, 20 years ago, they were all in the right direction. But they were putting some drastic change in the hydrological cycle much further into the future. For instance, melting of Arctic sea ice. We are seeing that happen much faster, and this is true with many elements of the hydrological cycle. The melting of glaciers in Greenland, in Western Antarctica. So this is happening much faster, including the changes in global circulation, which affect the hydrological cycle in South America. So the future scenarios show a drier tropical South America east of the Andes. Also, that will have tremendous impact in the Amazon and also in Northeast Brazil. Northeast Brazil is semi-arid. It will become a semi-desert in the future if we are unable to mitigate the risk of climate change, which is really one of the greatest challenges for humanity in this century. Of course, I mean, when you look at a region with a particular problem with water, pollution, rights, access, it seems not to be that important, but it is, because we are going to change the hydrology globally and will affect the aquatic systems. We had a mention before about the rios voladores, the aerial rivers. The Amazon produces a very wet atmosphere. The air in the Amazon is very wet because of recycling of water by the forest. So this air is transported to many other parts of South America, a little bit to the countries in the north, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, but mostly parallel to the Andes, a very large inflow of moist air, the rios voladores, that reach the southern La Plata River basin. So a lot of the rains in Paraguay, Uruguay, center-eastern Argentina, and southern Brazil is fed by this moisture. And with deforestation and also global warming, we are going to see a drastic reduction of the aerial rivers. So this is a very important impact in changing of the hydrological cycle in South America. And also there is a tremendous risk of savannization. What we call savannization is that the central South America, savannas, cerrados, as it's known in Brazil, they will move to the north. They will take over. Some studies show up to 70% of the forest, because the climate will become. We are seeing the dry season becoming 3 to 4 weeks longer. Observations. This is not a theoretical projection. There's observations in the field in 2 million square kilometers in southern Amazon, from Bolivia all the way to the Atlantic. The dry season is becoming lengthier. And if it exceeds 4 months, this is the climate of savannas, of cerrado. So, and also the cerrado, the tropical savanna, will move to the south. You know, if we lose the Amazon and global warming continues to increase, we are going also to see disappearance of the beautiful forests in southern Brazil, let's say Iguaçu Falls, Atlantic forest there, it will disappear. The savannas will move to the north, to the Amazon, and also to the south. And also, of course, we are going through this tremendous crisis, COVID-19, I don't have to say how important for the world. So the COVID pandemic was a wake-up call. How important is to protect the ecological balance of tropical forests all over the planet, all over the planet. The economic downturn of the recession, the cost of this economic downturn, less than 1% of that cost would protect all tropical forests forever. So restoring ecological balance in tropical forests, particularly in the Amazon, South America, for us, is essential if we want to avoid pandemics. 20th century, 2 pandemics. 21st century, 2 pandemics per decade. So this is a serious risk to humanity. And of course, solutions. Let me finish very briefly in solution. How to seek solution for. We heard before, and also from Pope Francis in the integral ecology, our common house. We have to learn from indigenous and local knowledge. Humans have been in the Amazon for 12,000 years. They always lived well with a standing forest. More than that, they increased social diversity. I mean, they created in the gardens, indigenous gardens, thousands of new varieties of manioc, of cacao, of many other products, enriching their lifestyle. So we have to learn. They created the dark earth, terra preto de índio, which really improved fertility. 86% of Amazon soils are very poor in nutrients because there is so much water, they leach away the nutrients. So the indigenous groups created this fertility. So we have to learn a lot from them. So therefore, just to finalize, I think we have this challenge globally, but particularly the Amazonian countries, to develop what I call a standing forest, flowing rivers, and also healthy rivers, getting rid of pollution, of mercury pollution in the rivers, which are killing rivers and people in the Amazon. So we can develop this new bioeconomy. This is very much aligned with the integral ecology, our common house, and also increasing climate and hydrological resilience. So that's the greatest potential that the Amazon has for the world, is the potential of social biodiversity. It is a big challenge. A bioeconomy based on the social biodiversity is much more powerful and will bring inclusiveness and social development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Carlos Nobre.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nobre. We now hear from Daniel Grudy, Vice President of the University of Notre Dame, the United States. Thank you, Daniel. The floor is yours.
Voy a tratar de hablar en inglés. But I wanted to first just start with a story. This is going to be a little bit of a different presentation on water because it's going to begin with a journey across the water in the Mediterranean. And it happened about 9 years ago, or excuse me, it was about 6 years ago, when there were a group of refugees who were crossing in a boat, kind of like the one here that you can see on the PowerPoint. Many of these were leaving from North Africa during the Arab Spring. And because of the fragility of the boats and because of the conditions, many of these boats capsized. And this one particular boat capsized in the middle of the water, and all but 8 people survived. And they survived by clinging to a fishing net in the middle of the ocean. And when the fishermen saw them clinging to the nets, instead of saving them, they actually severed their nets and cast these migrants to die into the ocean depths. Pope Francis was recently elected, and when he heard this story, he was so moved that he went down to the small island of Lampedusa 8 days later, and he celebrated a mass to remember these migrants who literally were nobodies to anybody. And interestingly enough, he used a chalice that was made from the driftwood of a refugee boat, and he used a pulpit that also was made from the rudders of one of these boats. So I want to talk a little bit today about the journey of refugees and the journeys across water and the journey of human solidarity. So I have primarily 4 points that I want to make in my presentation. The first is to really look at migration in light of the Eucharist and look at migration in light of Pope Francis's visit to Lampedusa. So the first point is to look at the global refugee crisis, which in many ways is what I would call the voyage of the nobodies. The second is the globalization of indifference, which Pope Francis spoke about, which is the struggle of people to become somebody. The third part is the globalization of solidarity, which is recognizing our connection to everybody. And fourthly, it's to look at the connection between the Eucharist and the refugee struggles across waters and in resettlements, and that is the bodies of refugees and the body of Christ. So first, I want to look at the global refugee crisis. Right now, there are more migrants than ever before. And because of crises with water, and because of crises in the environment, and because of socio-political instability, there are going to be more refugees on the horizon. But right now, we have more refugees than any other time in history. This is not a new issue, but the magnitude of the issue is greater than ever before. Right now, there are 272 million refugees. That means 1 out of every 35 people in the world are refugees. And there are 80 million people who are refugees. So 272 million migrants, that is people living outside their country of origin, and 80 million refugees. If refugees were settled in one particular place, they would be the 21st largest country in the world. And they would be growing at about 38,000 people a day, or 24 people a minute. So the main point about the global refugee crisis is that we're living in an age of migration, and the challenges that we face in terms of water are intimately connected to issues related to migrant and refugee issues. Theology is not normally a discipline that one thinks of when we think of migration. But my argument would be that there are ways in which theology can bring out some of the deeper issues at stake. And traditionally, we think about 3 levels of migrants and refugees related to theology. First is looking at the pastoral level. That is how people reach out to those on the move who are suffering, who are refugees. The second is the spiritual level, and that's asking what's the journey inside of the human heart. And thirdly, theology is asking the question, what does it really mean to be human before God? And how can theology give us a way of understanding it in broader, more expansive ways than our political and social definitions? All of this is related to a theology of migration. I want to focus on this story in Lampedusa because there is the story of this one boat here that was journeying across the seas like the previous boat. But as it got nearer the island, the Coast Guard sent out a ship to intercept this boat. But as they brought it closer to shore, the rudder broke and it began to drift perilously towards the coast. And if it hit the rocky coast, many people would have drowned. So they summoned the villagers who late at night came out to rescue people who were on this boat. And they rescued 528 people on this boat. And it was literally a story of salvation. They literally saved these people from perishing. And we see here on the island of Lampedusa, there is what's called the Door of Europe. And so this is really like an Ellis Island or a Statue of Liberty for Europe, of people coming from Africa, looking for a place to find safety and refuge. And on the bottom left, you can see some driftwood of the refugee boats that crash and disappear, and often people don't even know that they were there. But there was one carpenter on this island named Franco Tuccio who prepared for the Pope's visit to Lampedusa. And he took the remains of this boat that crashed upon the shore, and from the driftwood, he was able to actually prepare a couple of elements. He made the chalice from the driftwood of the refugee boat, and he made the altar on top of a ship. And he used a crozier that is in the form of a wave with fish and a heart and a loaf of bread on it. And all these symbols were part of the Mass that Pope Francis celebrated in Lampedusa. So the question is, what does it mean to celebrate the Eucharist using a chalice made from the driftwood of a refugee boat? I would say that there's a couple points I would like to highlight. This chalice in particular was the chalice that he used at the Mass in Lampedusa. In the first, in the United States as well, there is a similar thing that happens when the bishops every year celebrate Mass at the Mexican-US border, and they join the altar together on both sides of the border. So they have one Mass, two sides of the border, and altars on both sides of the border. And it tries to speak about what is our connection and our unity in Christ amidst this very divided political reality. And I'd like to just highlight maybe 4 elements that highlight the way theology can reshape our imagination. Because in many ways, what we need is not just more information. What we need is a new imagination, a new narrative, a new way of seeing the world. How can theology help us do that? The first is to recognize that we are made in the image and likeness of God, which is about passing over the inhuman-human divide. A lot of migrants say the hardest part about being a migrant is not just the physical journey. The hardest part, one migrant said, is when you're treated like you're the lowest form of life on earth, like you're a dog, and like you're no one to anyone. And so what a lot of migrants say is all they want to be treated like as human beings, and that to live below subsistence when they have to grovel for food or for work makes them feel like they're not worth anything. So becoming a human being is the first task. The second is really passing over the divine human divide and seeing Jesus himself as the migrant Son of God, who actually entered into our world amidst the drama of political documentation and entered illegally, if you will. He entered Mary's womb, really at a time when she was already pregnant, betrothed to somebody else. And to betroth to somebody else at the time of her virgin birth would have put her outside the law. So God becomes an illegal alien, if you will, in Mary. And in that, he offers hope to everybody who finds himself excluded and separated from borders. The third is the mission of God, which is really to pass over the human-human divide. And that is, as human beings, we create divisions between who belongs at a table and who doesn't. Jesus's table fellowship with sinners really was a way of inviting all people to table, even those that the Jewish religion and other political and social forces excluded people from. But in that, Jesus holds out a mission of reconciliation, and how the vision of the church is to really create spaces where people can come together around a common table, even in a space where other people exclude them. The fourth is the vision of God, which is passing over the country-kingdom divide. That is, in many ways, we kind of pride ourselves on our national identities, but what a theological vision of migration would bring us is the ability to cross even the borders of our own identity and see that there's a bigger identity other than who I define myself to be. I myself love to watch the Olympics. I love to see that at the end of the day, the medal count is in favor of the United States over China in the summer and over Russia in the winter. But when I see a Russian skater go like this at the end of her skating, I recognize that there's something that connects me to her that's beyond my national identity. And so the vision of God would really be to say, what does it mean to have an identity in this world, but also see my identity rooted in a world beyond my political status? All of this is a vision of communion. And so in the end, really what it's about is passing over a life-death divide. that migration is not just something that happens in this world, it happens in our route to something beyond this world to the next life. But if that's also the case, that it means that the passing over the life-death divide is not just what happens when we stop breathing, it's also what happens when we treat other people with dignity. And that if I deprive a migrant of their dignity or of food or of their rightly entitled goods, they not only become less, but I become less as a human being. So how can the Eucharist give us a way of understanding a different kind of Passover, a different way of understanding water, a different way of understanding really this call to life, a different way of really seeing the Eucharist discloses a mystery of a God of life who's always at work in the world. So I close really with this remarks is that the immigrant is not only somebody who is defined politically, but the immigrant names something of who we are in this world. Immigrant is a reflection of Christ, and the immigrant is really a challenge to human solidarity. Whether it be people who are migrating because of water issues, or whether it just be because of social economic issues, in the end, what we need is a renewed imagination. In the United States, we have a Department of Homeland Security. That's one way of understanding how to enforce immigration laws. But I'd like to offer there's another way forward that offers a better human policy, one that is first rooted in development and creating more human conditions for people to survive, to thrive, and to flourish. Secondly, a policy rooted in hospitality. And while nations have a right to control borders, the distinguishing quality of any person and community is how they welcome others. Better to develop people in the roots of their home country. But until that happens, we can be more welcoming and hospitable. But in the end of the day, it is a call to human solidarity. So I offer a few of these remarks just as a first word, but also trying to see how Pope Francis has given us an understanding of mission that really is about recognizing those people who are considered nobodies in this world, recognizing the call to become somebody, because in a way we're all connected to everybody, and all of that is connected to the body of Christ.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Daniel. Ahora,
Thank you very much, Daniel. Now, if you like, we may go to a Q&A session. There's the first question for Luis Fuchon. That's the following. Do you believe it is possible that we may achieve real water security if we consider everyone on the same boat, on the basis of this notion? Can we think of water and sanitation? Could you discuss about this issue? That's one question.
Vamos a ver, un minuto, por favor.
For Mr. Fuchon.
Thank you.
Del señor Strignini. Señor Fuchon, por favor.
Thank you. I would like to underline that the real priority is to bring access to water to the poorest. How can we do? How can we do? We have to share the amount of money which is devoted to the management of water, for example, in a village or in a city. The richest have to pay more, and the poorest need to have a social tariffification to be able to pay just a little amount, or to be free, to have a free access to water. It's a political decision from a municipality, from a community, to say this category of persons have not to pay water. and the richest, they have to pay more because they are consuming more. This is a priority everywhere. Before that, in every place, you need to have the infrastructure to be able to supply water. That's the role of the state and the basin organizations. We know that it could be a joke that some says God has created water and man has created the pipes. And so water could not be delivered to all people all over the world freely, because there is a very important amount of investments. These investments have to be paid mostly by the states and secondly by the local authorities. Always to say, we need to give a minimum amount of water and sanitation to the poorest people. This is, I think, the first priority concerning the issue of water in the world.
Muchas gracias, señor Luis Fullón.
Thank you, Mr. Luis Fullón. The same question, but for Daniel Grutti. Could you reply on this, the access of water and sanitation for vulnerable community? Your vision, please.
Years ago, John Paul II published the document Ecclesia in America, and he said, there's not North America and South America, there's just one America. And I think Adriano was bringing out there's one world and there's one people, and that we're all in the same boat, and that we can't really say that we can separate even the poor from those who are not poor. But I think also the point Catholic social teaching, moral health of a country is measured by how it treats its most vulnerable members. So I think as Adriano brings out the need to really first ask, how are the poor doing, and what are their water conditions, should be one of the first questions we should be asking, not one of the last questions, or really one of the end questions we should ask. So I think Adriano's right. We're all interconnected. I think it's a failure to see our integral human ecology, that they feel the effects more, but we become less as human beings if we actually don't make that more central to our vision.
Muchas gracias, Padre Daniel. Y veo que en Cubanay hay otra pregunta.
Thank you very much, Father Daniel. There is another question by Nuri Marin that talks about the inclusion of creeds in the communities, and there is a reference to this idea where we neglect political training in religious training centers. What would you say about political training on the trainers in community centers? That could be a question for Father Daniel.
En el pasado hemos trabajado en la Amazonia.
In the past, we work on the Amazon with the project, try to go further deep in the connection in the outer and the inner Amazon. And if we can link the fact that there is a lack of inner development, if we pollute the environment, we should help in our communities. It's not just about giving or educating people more and more, but going further deep into what it is to be a human being, and seeing how religion gives us a perspective about the society. We can develop leaders that may be more capable for reflection, to see the core values of human beings that affect our environment. So, as stated in the Laudato Si letter, the outer problems in the environmental world are closely connected to our environment inside ourselves, if there is no internal reconversion, and that orders our being, there is no way that we will have a more stable outer environment. Thank you very much, Father Daniel, and thank you very much for your Spanish. We have one last question for Luis Fuchon by Antolino Ernesto Morales. The question for you is, don't you think it's a long-lasting and unequal struggle, given that the political and commercial element is in between, that is, there are political and commercial interests in between? What's your reply?
Excuse me, because the sound was not correct. So sometimes you could have some tension between political decisions and commercial necessities, but at the end, the answer is the answer of the political side. During my life, I have been a mayor during around 15 years. And the price of water has always to be fixed by the political municipality or government, never by a public or private company which is managing the water. If you keep always the political priority to the people who are elected in concordance with the dialogue with the communities, with the citizens, you are respecting the right to water, and you are in the same time respecting the priority given to water. What is the main problem? It's the problem of the priority which is given to the army, the military budget, or the civil budget, services, public services budget. And it has to be very clear. Water before taps. And the second priority is the governance. If you have a good governance, you can defend always the whole population, and in the population, the poorest population, which need access to water. So you can move on all issues of water. You always back to the political priority and to the political decision.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres expositores por clarificarnos, por sus aportes, por su trabajo, por su sensibilidad.
Thank you very much to all the speakers for your contributions. Thank you, Luis Fuchon. Thank you, Father Daniel Grudi. We want to apologize to Dr. Carlos Muri. He had to go to another activity. Thank you to the panel speakers. And now I give the floor to Gabriela to continue with the coordination. Rather than continuing with the coordination, because Gabriela is going to do that, we wanted to say something about Carlos Nobre. Many of the questions asked are going to be made available to him, so then we can have his answers. But all these questions are aimed at understanding that bioeconomics and sustainable solutions for water and sanitation management imply a specific pedagogy where we have to work. And that is aligned with what Dr. Fuchon was saying before. Now, there are some technological issues that we have Today is the Teacher's Day in Argentina, the professor's teacher, so it is quite close to the Teacher's Day, the teacher and the professor's day. Many times the teaching staff and professors are questioned. Let us not forget that if we can read a text, it's because a good teacher taught us how to do so. Gabriela, please, you introduce the next panel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis. We are going to start with the third panel, and now we give the floor to Ambassador Solanas. Solanas, the microphone is yours. Thank you very much, Gabriela. Thank you to the organizers, to Luis Lieberman, and to John Paul too. All the presentations are outstanding. When we listen to these presentations, we wonder how we can enlarge them so that everybody, even deaf people, so to speak, could hear them. This is not one more metaphor, right? I attended the COP21 Paris 2015. All the world leaders undersigned a commitment to reduce the greenhouse effects. But in 2015 was the warmer year in the history. 2017 was even warmer. And for the first time in history, Greenland showed its structure. The ice that covered it melted. And in 2018, which was good among that competition of which country was hotter, was the hottest year in the history. So we are witnessing one of the greatest or major problems that man has faced throughout the history. It's not coincidental that humankind faces a pandemic, an unexpected pandemic, an unprecedented pandemic. When I say that there is some kind of deaf humankind that is openly and cynical pleasing with the global warming and the climate change, that I said out of the 3% of the waters covering the planet, 3% of those waters are drinking water. And 2% of it comes from eternal glaciers and from the North Pole ice in the Antarctic continent. But over the last 50 years, a third of them has melted. I don't know if we understand the situation. That water tank where all the water cycles are born for drinking water, as we were looking the other way, and because we wanted to bet on a civilized for global warming, we have lost. So if I quote the great Chomsky, we are playing with the disappearance of humankind on the planet. These are not alarming words. Without water, there is no life. Without water, there is no nature. But the fossil energy model to feed industrial engine and transport keeps on existing dramatically. the North Hemisphere countries as a whole send out more than 80% of the greenhouse effect gases. But where does all this go to? The southern countries that contribute less than 15% are the victims. And in the southern countries, this means not only the lack of a vital element, that is water, because of the climate change. Climate change consumes water. The poles melt, so the oceans rise. And as oceans rise, the acidification process changes, which is the one that it's absolutely linked to climate and meteorological phenomena. And as a result, we have desertifications, starvations, migration of thousands of people, and the undeclared wars that are there. Some think, well, there has always been hunger. I'm talking on behalf of the UNESCO that was born in November 1945, right after the era, the beginning of the nuclear terror era, the Hiroshima explosion. UNESCO was born so that through the culture, education, and science, there could be bridges to achieve peace and for the general well-being of humankind. But it seems that the world does not have these world wars. There are undeclared wars with not uniform armies, without flags, or wars without an army, with missiles and drones. And the powers store 18,000 bombs for massive destruction. Tired of making this request, he requested in New York. Pope Francis requested the absolute ban of mass destruction weapons and the destruction of arsenals. And everybody looks the other way and turn a blind eye. This is very critical. I represent a southern country, along with Chile, one of the southernest countries. We are victims of global warming. If 85% comes from the north, how does the north help us to pay that ecological pending debt with the southern region? So they look the other way. Not only do they look the other way, but the southern countries that are affected by the external debt, the debt of the victimizers and usurers. In this pandemic year, there are more than 100 countries indebted. And this is announced by the Nobel Prize G7, that if the countries are attended, the debt is not paid. And if they don't pay, they are defaulter payers. Little less than a criminal country. So we are facing a big problem. The issue of water is a great issue. Water is a basic universal right, the basic human right, because without water, there is no life. So there is an enormous injustice that contribute raw materials and the greatest oxygen systems. We are indebted, and these peoples are indebted, and they have no development. There is a way out, but we are lacking the political will. And perhaps we also need the mobilization of millions of people so that together they can say, stop, they can halt this war machine. These are undeclared wars. Hunger and poverty are intricately related to the climate change because it is the poor that suffer the most. They are the major victims and they do not know how to defend themselves. Technology and investments in the north, in light of the climate change, do not reach out to all of them. To face so much injustice, we still need a lot. How can it be that we still do not have a criminal international court for environmental crimes? Environmental crimes are less humanity crimes. Why are they classified as that? Because they have the two conditions. They damage populations, large groups of people, but they can only be committed with the complicity of the states. That's why we have less humanity crimes. Environmental crimes cannot be verified on the spot. They are confirmed later on. So if we, in good faith, for example, the large international organizations, why isn't an international criminal court created to judge the environmental rights? There is impunity, complicity with economic interests. So we are there, the ones that are below in the southern parts and the poor, as someone told me that day, but in Africa there have always been lots of people who die due to hunger. Well, I want to thank you for having me here, and perhaps with many other talks like this, we can mobilize the awareness, because here we need a cultural change for a civilized change that the planet and life and water need, so we can keep on existing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fernando Solanas, for your presentation. Now we give the floor to Miguel Heinz from Germany. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Les saludo desde Alemania, soy Miguel Heinz, y permítame una palabra porque me imagino que...
I greet you from Germany, and I say a couple of words from Germany. I have worked 20 years in Latin America. My Spanish is not very good, but in 20 years I will learn it better. I have been lucky to be in the Synod, in the Amazon Synod, next to Luis Lieberman, where we shared a couple of matters. At this moment, I am speaking and sharing an experience with you at Adveniat. Adveniat is a German Catholic church institution that was created 59 years ago, and it is a help and solidarity institution with the Latin American church. It was not formed because the Germans are so good, but Latin America. In 1961, we remembered that you Argentine, Chilean, Brazilian, Paraguayan people supported us in the 40s when there was a large starvation after the post-war and people suffered in Germany. And you have supported us with funds, with clothing items and medicines. So when Germany was improving, the German Catholics said, now we are going to support the Latin American church because we are in a better situation. Thank you very much for that. And that's why I'm here, because I have lived some time in Latin America. I would like to let you know about the experience in Adveniat because I think it's very interesting. We are not the ones that live in Germany that think about projects that can help you. On the contrary, we try to support your initiatives in Latin America. To give you a couple of examples, when there is a need to have drinking water in the field after the earthquake, we supported the drilling of wells. In the Brazil committee, we said that we had to launch an awareness raising campaign for the right to water. So we supported those campaigns. When there is emergency assistance in times of COVID in different countries, we do our best to give our support. It doesn't always suffice for everyone, but it's some help. There are a lot of training projects, and then I will tell you what we can do. Training is one of the top priorities for us. I would like to share with you 3 facts that have been mentioned. The Laudato Si encyclical letter, which with the support of the Pope and many, he wrote 5 years ago. The Synod, 1 year has gone by since this event, and what affects us all at this moment is the coronavirus pandemic and the human rights. As I have a little time and I don't want to be repeating what other speakers have said or written, I would like just to mention in the Laudato Si encyclical letter, we find a section about water. The Pope refers to 3 major issues: the quality of water, if it's available to the poor, that causes a lot of deaths daily, above all due to water-related diseases, and those caused by chemical substances. That's the first item. The second item is access to drinking water, which is a human right. We have already mentioned it. And this right has to be advocated. It's a right that is not, if it's not advocated, it is lost. That's very important. And the environmental impact that can affect millions and millions of people. But it can be foreseen that the water control comes from large world companies, and that becomes one of the major sources of dispute. We can witness this phenomenon in several parts of the world. It's seems that the water issue is important for Pope Francis. We resumed this issue in the Synod for the Amazon region. Professor Luis Lieberman made his contribution for sure. This Synod final document shows that we deal with the issue of water again. And I want to underline the right to water, but also an initiative, because the document is very practical. If you read it, you will see that there are very practical aspects. In 1978, they said we encourage states to fulfill their constitutional duties on these issues, including the right to access to water. The issue of water privatization is resumed in the Laudato Si encyclical, And we also talk about water pollution, above all in the Amazon region. It's a problem for indigenous peoples that suffer because due to mining, gold is taken, mercury is used, and with that we pollute water, and with that the native Indian population's source of life and drinking water and the fish that die, and people do not have water to live. This is a serious issue. And at the Synod, we have committed to create, to take care of the common house, take care of the people who live in this common house, and of course the native Indian populations. And you realize the suffering of the people who die. There has been a killing in Colombia now. This brings about a lot of human rights problems. Bishops at the Synod last year said that defense of human rights is not optional, but a duty for every Christian human being. And this gives a lot of value to the issue of human rights. And within the human rights issues, we have the issue of water and the right to water. I want to spend one time talking about the coronavirus pandemic. Not only does coronavirus affect the human rights issues that we can see nowadays, but it also acts as a magnifying glass that unveils the structural and social injustices. The pandemic should be an eye-opener in economic and political issues. But I also believe, and Jimena highlighted at the beginning, we have to take care of ourselves. Now, I am from the north, and we are part of all this. I think we should all put our hands on our chest, and with the we support that the situation is like it is. So here in Germany, German people, just like Argentine people, like beef. We know that beef comes from the cow or the pork. It comes from the cow, and the cow eats a lot of grass, and it needs grass. And we know that that's a problem in the Amazon region. Because first, we need soybean. Soybean is imported from Latin America to fatten our cows. This is a problem that has to do with our lifestyle. What should we do? I think I talked more than 10 minutes. Example, as part of the REPAM. Working as a team is paramount. The REPAM is a very good example. The Panamazon Ecclesial Network makes us work together, different people in different settings, and that is paramount. We have seen it at the Synod, the importance of getting together and saying we work for the same cause. It's the same common cause. And in this regard, it struck my attention to see the movement for the future, the youth and the people that go out to the street and demonstrate for their common house, because the youth said this is our future. And networking is important, and forging alliances, because this is a great opportunity for us as churches and scientists If we could achieve that this networking work like the REPAM, and done with the youth and the scientists, and we put pressure on politicians, there will be a change. And it is important and necessary, because you only have one house, a common house. It's 5 to 12 in my country, so it's time to act. And I want to end with a quote from Dona Camera, a prophet, who said, if many young, small people in small places take small steps, we can change the face of the earth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel. And now we give the floor to Cardinal Claudio Umes. The floor is yours. Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you to the two previous speakers, Fernando Solanas and Michael Haynes. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Sort of slaughtering the language. Hope is a work to be built. The methodology of the Spirit that shows us the time is a possibility to look about the future. A new normality sustained in dialogue that faces the powerful people in light of the loneliness of those that are marginalized. And the idea is to boost a new economy, which is fair and respectable of the environment. Like never before, the immoral nature of inequalities. Beyond the presence in the mass media, the structural problems of mankind keep on being a sign of alert. The climate crisis, accelerated by the irresponsible and unplanned destruction of biomasses, disrupts the water cycle and sheds light on the discriminatory effects of the extractivist economy that, in order to perpetuate, needs the other's stigmas. We are in search of a society of others. Acknowledge ourselves. This is an ontological concept of the mankind and man, and it's a conception of existence. It's like reaching out your hand, waiting for the other hand to reach you. And in the encounter, an acknowledgement of ourselves as the others, as the vulnerable populations, native Indian populations, and women. We are the church in the planet, in the earth. This is the preach of the Amazon Synod. We are a church that learns and gives testimonies and consoles. And when dialogue is not possible because the people accountable for destruction don't want to talk, it is necessary to be annoyed and to report these incidents. If we are a church that gets annoyed and raise its voices in light of the greatest oppressions of ethnocides and ecocides, We get annoyed at the destruction of nature and the beauty of the creation. We get annoyed in light of the decision makers' merits, that healthcare policies must have global companies that decide how the beef has to be administered. First, we have the rich countries. Then we have the others, as from 2022. And in the meantime, what happens with the children of the jungle? They are not sheltered by the state. They are exposed to neo-racism and neo-colonialism. It's a pedagogy of care, of common house is not a mere statement of what we want to do, while we do the opposite, something different. A pedagogy of care, of possibilities in the community scenarios in my land. A pedagogy of care associates to an economy of transgenerational measures or policies that are respectful of the environment. In this way, we can recover the human part over the fragment. My personal existence, everything is possible with the existence of the others. We are anonymous people in the space, in a community that recognizes differences and has associations. It's a pedagogy of care, which doesn't occur without the will to listen. To listen is the quintessential dialogue. Most of Brazilian bishops, a couple of weeks ago, signed a document called Charter to the God's People. It expresses the extreme concern for peace in light of the serious situation and to defend the smallest ones without political partisanship, economic or ideological interests. We are interested in building a structurally fair society that is generous and a civilization of love. We wanted to highlight in this document the responsibility of the top political authorities in my country and the profound healthcare, social and economic crisis that affects our homeland. And we acknowledge that dangerous scenario that is testing our country follows institutions, leaders of civil associations. We need much more dialogue rather than ideological speeches. We are called upon to submit proposals and objective covenants aiming at overcoming the great challenges for the sake of life. Above all, of the most vulnerable excluded sectors in this structurally unequal and unfair and violent society. This reality doesn't involve differences. In other words, if we know what is fair, it's not dignifying to remain neutral. In light of the magnitude of inequalities, the path towards dialogue and social justice calls for bravery and humbleness. our land, which is hurt, should be healed. This is not a magical act. It's a conscientious action of the spirit that becomes visible in light of the ailments and wounds in our common house, which is constantly threatened by unscrupulous timbermen, landowners, and other advocates of a development that despises human rights and those of the motherland. Pope Francis says, wounds caused to the motherland, Mother Earth, do not bleed. We cannot return normalcy to expand the inequality conditions. Gregorius Minabar spoke in this forum wisely about among all the pandemics that we have to heal, to rethink our human nature and ecological conversion to which we are called upon to take care of our common house. It is here where the REPAM works. After 6 years of presence and service, of consolation and learning, of encounter with the earth, culture, and the identity. Has grown since its onset and extends its arms to the encounter of people who are invisible in the earth. In each community, in each people and rivers and the riverbanks, the extensive Amazon region geography with its ancestral culture, with its crossbred knowledge, the REPAM gathers the testimony of evidence, experience, the suffering, the pain, the joy, and it suggests working on hope. The REPAM becomes a disciple that learns from all voices, suggests cooperation and solidarity. It is 6 years' time, with a certainty that this path has a lot of destinations in the territory and institutions. The endless navigation from the network of fishermen searches for food, women gather jungle fruit, boys and girls play in a threatened landscape. This REPAM that grows with the recently created Pan-Amazon Ecclesial Conference, SEAMA, that nourishes itself and nourishes the synod with the Amazon and suggests the church to have meetings, not to just resign or be comfortable with the goals achieved. At the end of the day, each goal is one more port in the navigation process. And there are so many names and faces like we have never seen before. I want to particularly pay attention to one of them. You know him because he has been part of this forum since the very beginning. You have listened to him and you have heard him discuss ideas. I'm talking about my brother Mauricio Lopez, an artisan of knowledge. He's humble and he's a friend that he's going to resign from executive secretary of the REPAM. The hands to hug and thank this are not enough. And we will be happy to continue walking together from the CELAM and from the Pan-Amazon Ecclesial Conference. It's very timely to welcome the new secretary of REPAM, Brother Juan Gutenberg Sampaio, who assumes responsibility. This encounter that has assembled more than 50 speakers and 100 attendees, this meeting in this cycle of virtual fora that has been replicated in the networks, in the media, ends its navigation process. We are certain that we have learned a lot and we still have a lot to learn. This is about the opportunity to finding water, the flow that makes us be together. And in the hope, the work that makes each day be a beautiful day to be lived. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Don Claudio. Allow for the Q&A session based on the brilliant presentations that Mr. Solanas has made, Fernando Solanas. It's an honor to have you here and that you continue with this conversation. Miguel Haynes, you are a friend and a wise man that moved us all in the Amazon Synod. And of course, the wisdom and love president and leader always expresses. Listening from Don Claudio is always to learn. There are a couple of questions that I think are interesting. Nuri Marin asks, what should we include in the different training programs, in the training centers, so the neoliberal civilized military and right-wing model changes its concept? It's a complex question, but the question is, what type of education can we think of to boost an alternative that overcomes our diagnosis? I don't know who would like to start. This is a very complex question. Miguel, would you like to start? Yes, I can start, and I want to refer to the Laudato Si. I think it's very important that in the initial and university training, we include the issue of Laudato Si, which is a curriculum vitae of the common house, the preservation of a comprehensive ecology. Because if we are going to get trained in this issue, we will need to be more aware of the importance of this issue. The trainings are the foundation of everything. Your neighbor, former President Mujica from Uruguay, once when asked this question, when he was asked how you can defeat poverty, he mentioned 3 activities. The first one is training, the second is training, and the third one is training. So training and education, above all in the issue of comprehensive ecology, and I think the Laudato Si is one of the cornerstones. Yes, Pino, how do you see this view? Your microphone is off, Pino. It is an enormous question. I don't think I can answer it. I might say some things that come to my mind. I think that it is basically about political decisions that are made at the top of the pyramid. The responsibility that peasants or workers have, workers or women have, are not the same as responsibilities of top officers. One of the myths that has to be dispelled is that there isn't anything else to do because we are poor. We have to accept this reality. I'm referring to all the injustices that have been mentioned here. This is an enormous lie. We have enormous wealth. Enormous wealth. Of course, we have abandoned them. There is a mix between ignorance of our officers, ruling officers, and the power imposed on the most powerful countries. We have all the elements. When I say we, I'm referring to all the Latin American brothers and sisters. I don't consider myself Argentine, but Latin American. When we leave our homelands, we start to find the identity because Chileans, Brazilians are together. We are Latin Americans. We are the unconcluded nation. And we are an emerging civilization, not recognized by us. The Latin American civilization is a product of cultural crossbreeding. This is a political decision problem. I fully agree with what the wise speakers have said before. With political decision and better plans, we can achieve results. But what we have to do to love and discover nature and the life that God has given us. So if we are trained in the care of nature and the care of life and care of water, it's a teaching or a lesson that children learn while playing. Children get entertained with violent, deforming cartoons. They are cultural distortions. There must be political will of our governors. And from the bottom, Martin Fierro used to say, the fire to heat must come from below. As a certain, that's why I want to highlight the hope, what Bishop Humes was saying. Those of us who are in this task keep ourselves alive thinking about hope. There are no changes without hope. There are no utopias and successes and victories over the devil without hope. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pino. Don Claudio.
Sí. Muchas gracias a los que me precedieron.
Thank you to the previous speakers. I think that training is necessary in this process, but it should not be understood as it is today, when schools are, for example, structured in their form. We are not talking about formal training programs. We are not just talking about training programs and then students get a degree. It is not about a mere process. As Fernando said before, I think this process should go to the bottom part. We should start from the bottom. That means that we have to be embodied in the communities of the peoples, of those for whom we think. We think about a training process that can go beyond, as Pope Francis said, that can go beyond this technocrat paradigm, where technology in the hands of those who can have access to it, and with that they have access to the possibility to intervene and exploit nature. So this is a process. We have to restart the training process. And I think we can think about what the Synod final document stated. It referred to the need of having a university for the Amazon region, for the Pan-Amazon area. We need a new structure, that can favor a process, a university that is down to earth, to the reality, to what people are claiming for, to what nature is claiming for. And with that, we can build this ongoing training that everybody needs. Not only those who have the means to attend a university. So it's a university that we have to think about, and we have to be brave to start to gradually structure this university. With Luis, we have talked extensively about this issue. Luis is one of the there is this University of Water, which is quite new, the way in which this university acts. So I think it's really important, but not only the university, all the training process, ranging from children that attend primary school, this growing, this should be a process that is constantly, that can go to the bottom and be with people, and with people build this process. This is what the Pope always highlights. We have to go out, meet people, and not wait for the others to come. We have to reach out to people and listen to them, and with them to build a training process. Thank you. Thank you, Don Claudio. There are some questions aligned with your thought, and now Pedro Barreto can join us. We have this need in the cultural church. The church is convinced of this problem. these are questions that we are getting. You have gone through this experience. I think that Don Claudio and Pedro can show us a picture of this process, which started its pilgrimage with the creation of La Repam, or even before, but the creation of ended up being the synod of the Amazon region. Pedro Barreto, you give the floor. You have the floor. Yeah, because I have to attend another commitment.
Ya,
Pedro,
gracias. Para mí es una alegría muy grande estar
for
con
me,
ustedes.
it's a
Creo
great
que
joy
lo
to
que
be
han
with you
dicho
today.
mis antecesores en
What
las
the previous
conversaciones
speakers have said
es
before
la formación.
is
Esto lo
this issue of
indicó
training.
Miguel muy claro. La
Miguel clearly
formación es
stated,
necesaria.
training is
Y lo que
necessary.
me ha alegrado mucho es escuchar
And I was happy
no hay cambios sin
to
esperanza,
listen to this. There are no
¿no?
changes without hope.
Y en este proceso
And in this
la esperanza
process,
está en la formación
hope
de
lies
una universidad de
in
la Amazonía.
the Amazon
En este contexto creo que
University
también es muy
training.
importante ver cómo
Amidst this
el Papa
backdrop, I
Francisco
think
en
it's
la
important to
Laudato
see
Si, en
how
el número
Pope Francis in the
92,
Laudato
dice:
Si in
todos los
item
seres humanos
92
estamos
says all
juntos
human
como
beings are
hermanos y hermanas
together
en una
as brothers and
maravillosa
sisters in a
peregrinación,
wonderful pilgrimage,
entrelazados por el amor que Dios tiene a
intertwined
cada
by
una de
the
sus
love that God
criaturas y
has
que
for
nos
each
une también en
creature,
tierno
and
cariño
gets us
al
together
hermano Sol, a la
in love
hermana
tender
Luna,
to
al
the
hermano
sun,
Río y a la
to the
Madre
river,
Tierra.
and the moon,
Con
and the
esta
earth.
perspectiva,
In
creo que es
this
muy importante
perspective,
señalar que en un
I
proceso
think it's
como el
very
que estamos
important to
viviendo,
highlight
un
that the
proceso no
process that we are
exento
living
de sufrimiento,
is
de
not devoid of
preocupaciones,
suffering
especialmente
and
causado por
concerns,
este problema
especially
inédito de
caused by
la
this
pandemia.
unprecedented
Tenemos que
phenomenon
buscar
of the
también
pandemic.
respuestas
We have to come up
inéditas
with
en la
unprecedented
historia de la
answers in
humanidad,
the history
en
of
el cuidado de
mankind,
la vida
in the
y en el
care of
cuidado también de
life,
todos los elementos
and the
naturales que
care
nos
of
dan.
all
Yo
natural
creo que en este proceso
elements.
la
I
creación
think
de
that
la
in
red
this
eclesial panamazónica
process, the
que
creation of the
preside
Panamazon
don
Ecclesial
Claudio
Network presided
ha
by Don
sido
Claudio
un hito
has
también en la
been
historia,
a hallmark in
porque no
history,
es una institución, es una estructura
because it's not an
de
institution,
coordinación
it's a
en un espacio de
coordination
7,5 millones de kilómetros
in
cuadrados, que es el
7
bioma
million square
amazónico,
meters
pero que
area.
al mismo tiempo nos exige
But at the same
una
time,
interconexión
it
entre
demands
todos los
the
agentes
interconnection among
pastorales y las
all the
comunidades
pastoral
indígenas amazónicas.
players and Amazon
Se
indigenous
realizó un mapeo
communities.
muy importante
We conducted
sociopastoral de la
a
región
socio-pastoral mapping
amazónica en
of
el
the Amazon region
2017
in
y
2017,
también en la preparación inmediata
and in
para
the immediate
el sínodo que se
preparation
realizó
for the
en
synod
la Amazonía.
that took place in the
Creo que esta
Amazon region.
realización del
I
sínodo
think that
nos dio un empuje
this
muy
synod
grande para seguir caminando
was a
juntos
boost
y
to keep
buscar
this
de la justicia,
cultural
de la paz
process
y
of
sobre todo de
justice,
esta
peace,
propuesta
and above all,
integradora
this
que el documento final y
comprehensive
también
proposal
la
of a final
exhortación
document
querida Amazonía nos ha dado.
that this
Creo que
Amazon
aquí
region
el
has
Papa
given us.
Francisco
I
nos
think that
pone a
Pope
soñar,
Francis
pero a
allows
ser
us to dream,
no a soñar cada uno por su lado,
not to dream
para cuidar el
individually,
agua,
so we can take
la
care of
riqueza de
water
la naturaleza y
and
cuidar
the
también la
nature
vida.
wealth, and to take care of
Es
life.
como, creo yo, tener una decisión
It's
política, que
like
es
having a
algo que se ha
political
insistido mucho
will, which is
y
something that we have
creo que
highlighted a
nuestro
lot.
esfuerzo es
And I think
convencer a la
our
gente
effort is
que
to
unidos todo lo podemos y que
persuade
realmente
people that
esta pandemia va a ser
united we can do
superada,
it, and in
pero
this way
que
we are going to
tenemos que
defeat this
buscar
pandemic.
juntos un
But
nuevo modelo
together
de
we have to
desarrollo
search for
alternativo al
a
actual
new
que
alternative
ya, como ha
development
dicho el
model,
Papa Francisco, ha fracasado.
because the one we have, as Pope Francis said, has
No
failed.
da más. Eso lo dijo
He
en
said
varias
it
oportunidades,
on
pero
several
recuerdo que en
occasions. This
julio del
model
2015
cannot be
en
used
Santa
anymore.
Cruz de la
I think he
Sierra,
said it in
el Papa
2015
también
in Santa Cruz de
Y
las
por último,
Tierras.
como aquí hay un doctor que es Luis Lieberman en
And
el
here we
agua,
have
¿no? Con la
an
Universidad del
expert
Agua,
in water,
¿no?
that
Y
is
esto
Luis
es un aporte
Lieberman,
también muy
and this is
significativo,
a
es
significant
que todos
contribution.
tenemos que vivir una experiencia
We all have
que el
to
agua no
live this
es una simple
experience.
mercancía
Water is not just a mere
del
good
libre mercado,
of the free
sino que es un
market,
derecho inalienable de
but it's
toda
in
persona. Y
an
aquí
inalienable
está
right of
también
all
uno de los
individuals.
grandes desafíos
And
para
there
seguir
lies one of
caminando
the major
y que nuestras
challenges to
luchas y
keep walking
preocupaciones
and
no
that
nos
our
quiten la
struggles
alegría
and
y la
concerns
esperanza.
can bring us joy and hope. Thank you, Pedro. It's always encouraging to listen to you. I think we have a lot of challenges ahead regarding the educational issue. There are two remarks which I would like to share with you. A large number of attendees in this forum are in Venezuela. So I want to thank our Venezuelan brothers and sisters. And Santa Alvarez says in Venezuela there is less access to water. There are no political policies. And there is inequality in the access to water. A question is asked by Giovanni Calderon. He says, I think that we have to create projects and meetings with the trust that this involves. Here, the family as a domestic church plays a major role. What do you think? There is a very demanding challenge. We are all protected by God. Dom Claudio and Pedro have talked about that, but perhaps, Miguel, you would like to make a remark about the church as an educational institution. This is really important. And as the commentator said, the education starts in the church. I remember when I was a child, the first thing my mother taught me was a signal of the cross. These are small things that we are loved. And I see that my brother taught his two children that we had to divide the garbage. I was never taught that, but this generation starts teaching how to separate garbage and not to place it in any place and to place it in different containers and to take care of plants. So these are issues that come with the family education and help us grow. This generation, as was mentioned before, knows that the planet is only one and we have to take care of it. And they teach us. I think that in that sense, it's good for us to start education at home, in a family. And let us hope that we can deal with the issue of training, which is paramount. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel. Well, we asked Dr. Noam Chomsky to raise his hand by pressing the icon that is at the bottom of his screen. If you can please raise the hand that is at the bottom of the screen. There is a question for Pino that is asked by Antolin Moraes. This is a complex question. Do you think it's latent the use of biological war, considering that the world population is increasing because resources as water is increasingly more necessary? It's a complex question.
Bueno, que está viva la hipótesis de una guerra, lo está.
That the hypothesis of war is alive is a fact. It suffices to see the decisions made and investment in arms. Some agreements have expired in terms of a new mass destruction nuclear weapons. Humankind, with its wealth and culture, and its enormous diversity in this history, we are at the mercy of the ruling powers. I cannot forecast the future, but we are used to having 2 or 3 hypotheses, alternatives. I think that I am hopeful. I am 84 years old. And I believe in a wise approach. If not, we head towards destruction. It would seem that the situation is not prevailing. Well, before I talked about the non-compliance with the agreements with the several summits. I think that changing the destruction machinery involves not only the technological model, which is destructive. Changes this machinery implies replacing it with another. We cannot take a leverage and shut down the power and said, well, we shut down the power because it was created by other means. We should first have built its replacement, its material replacement. And workers that are related to that do not pay the price. It's a very complex issue and question, and the answer. But the cause for the peace defense is as important as defending water. So we have to bear this in mind. We have to read and reread the Laudato Si encyclical letter. I take this opportunity to say I have met so many militant Catholic people that have not read it. And I have met people from other creeds that have not read it because they understood or thought that it was one more Vatican document. But the Laudato Si encyclical letter is addressed to all men. And I think it is the contemporary cultural document of I have always said that it's the wisest major document of all this, It's like a gospel. We have to read it and reread it several times. Thank you very much, Fernando. I have a proposal so we can make the adjustments so that Dr. Chomsky can participate. But we want to say goodbye to Don Claudio. Based on what Fernando was saying, Pope Francis will be launching a new encyclical letter, and it's very interesting to take a look at this document. I think that document will be the one that develops all this process. It will be an invitation to all the human family, to all religious beliefs, to the civil and cultural institutions. The Pope thinks about the different religions, so they all feel we are not just here to say, this is my land, this is my territory and you don't belong in here. I can say, I respect your point of view, but this is your land. This is an encyclical letter. In that sense, what Fernando was saying, this document is going to be part of these cultural documents in these decades. It's a very important document, which started out when the Pope went to the Arab republics, and we created a fraternity document. It was addressed at the church by many who thought that this ended up with our identity. I want to show that Jesus Christ is for everyone. It's not only, Jesus Christ is not only for the Catholic people. Jesus Christ is there. He's there with everyone. And we have to work and this pathway that Jesus Christ opens for the human family. I think this document is going to be very interesting, and it starts with the gospel words. You are all brothers. And this refers us to Saint Francis of Assisi. It was a category that embraced and all the generations and to what God proposed so that we could all be brothers and sisters. Thank you, Don Claudio. Yes, I have to say goodbye now. Thank you all and have a good ending. Thank you very much. Now we're going to start the next panel. And now we have the presence of Dr. Noam Chomsky. Like all online fora, there are sometimes technological inconveniences. In this panel, we will hear from Dr. Noam Chomsky, and I want to invite Dr. Ambassador to UNESCO Piero Solanas to speak after Dr. Chomsky's presentation. Pero Barreto, you are invited to speak too. Dr. Chomsky, we are going to give you the floor. We are opening your microphone, and we are going to ask you to speak into the microphone so that we can listen to you. Welcome to this forum.
Sí. Very pleased to be able to join you. Sorry for the few technical problems. We're meeting at a remarkable moment, unique moment in human history. We're concentrating today on the climate crisis, very serious, very ominous, threatens the survival of organized human life on Earth, and on particular, we're on some of its particular manifestations, like the grim threat of shortage of water in many parts of the world, some cases life-threatening. South Asia, already hundreds of millions of people with no access to potable water, elsewhere as well. But it's well to remember that this is only one part of a confluence of crises. There has never been a moment like this in human history, a confluence of crises that threaten the continuation of the human experiment on Earth. We have a good, succinct picture of this given to us every year, every January, by the setting of the famous doomsday clock of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists was first set in 1947 in the wake of the horrendous crimes of the atomic bombings. It was set, the minute hand at that time was set 7 minutes to midnight. Midnight means total termination. The issue at the time was nuclear war, remains so today. We did not know at that time that the world was entering a new geological epoch, the Anthropocene epoch in which human activities are having a deleterious, in fact, destructive effect on the environment that sustains life. As learned later, the last several years, that has been added to the setting of the doomsday clock. A couple of years ago, a third element was added, and that remains until today, the deterioration of democracy. Now, it sounds as if that doesn't belong with the other two existential crises, but it does. And the reason is that the only hope of dealing with these threats to the end of the human experiment on Earth is a vibrant, participatory society of informed, engaged people who will grasp the opportunities that exist and move forward to try to deal with the huge crises that we face. Now, as I mentioned, the first setting was 7 minutes to midnight. The hand has oscillated over the years, depending on global circumstances. 1953, it moved to 2 minutes to midnight. That's when the United States, Soviet Union, exploded thermonuclear weapons, demonstrating that human intelligence had reached the point where we could now destroy everything in an instant. Since then, it's moved up and back. Ever since President Trump came into office, the clock has been moved closer to midnight. 2 years ago, it reached the closest point it has ever been, 2 minutes to midnight. This past January, the analysts abandoned minutes. They moved to seconds. It is now 100 seconds to midnight. That was last January. Since January, every one of the components of the impending tragedy has become more dangerous, more serious. On the nuclear war issue, President Trump has dismantled the last remnants of the arms control regime. The last one is just on the verge of being destroyed. That goes back to President Eisenhower, President Reagan, Gorbachev. Others have worked hard to evaluate, to construct the system. It's now gone. The United States, Soviet Union are now moving to the development of more dangerous, more threatening weapons. Leading specialists on the topic are appalled. William Perry, sober, conservative commentator, not given to exaggeration, spent his entire life in a high level of running the nuclear weapon system, former defense secretary, has recently said that he's not only terrified, but doubly terrified. Terrified by the growing threat of nuclear war, which he estimates at higher than during the Cold War, and doubly terrified because of the virtually zero attention being paid to it. We've just been through 2 conventions, extravaganzas, many days, lots of speeches, not a word about it. That's one crisis. The other crisis is the growing environmental crisis, which has also become more severe, more dangerous in the months since January. President Trump, who's in the lead in the world of racing towards disaster, has opened up new vast territories for exploration for drilling oil exploration, the last nature reserve. He's also proceeded to dismantle the regulatory system, which has imposed some constraints on the severity of the impending disaster, also protected the population to a certain extent from the great threats of pollution, emissions, mercury, others. That's gotten worse. Deterioration of democracy has gotten much worse. In the United States, spectacularly, elsewhere as well. It's worth taking a look at the 2 oldest parliamentary democracies. England, 350 years, United States, 250 years, the leading democratic states in the modern system, both of them facing serious threats to the continuation of a democratic order. In Britain, Boris Johnson, last year Prime Minister, prorogued Parliament, canceled Parliament, so that he could ram through his personal version of the Brexit deal. This was bitterly condemned in British legal circles. Threats, charges that this was tearing to shreds the constitutional system, happened to be blocked by the Supreme Court in that case. He's just done it again, announced that he will be, as he put it, violating international law by refusing to accept the Brexit treaty that he had reached with the European Union, which was very furious, informed him that he has to the end of the month to conform, or else that's the end of the treaty. Disaster for Britain, very harmful to the European Union, harmful to the internationalism, which is the only way to hope to deal with these crises. The United States, the situation is even worse. The president has openly announced that if he does not like the outcome of the November election, he'll refuse to leave office. Nothing like this has ever happened in any functioning democratic system. And it's taken very seriously. 2 highly regarded, prominent military officers, general, lieutenant colonel, have just written a letter to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest military officer, open letter, reviewing for him his constitutional duties in case the president refuses to leave office and gathers around him the paramilitary forces that he's actually been using to terrorize the population. Then he must, they said, call out major military units, they said the 82nd Airborne, to forcefully remove him from office. There's a transition integrity project of very high-level officials from both parties, Republican and Democrats, other analysts, which have been meeting to carry out, believe it or not, war games, literal war games, as to what to do with the coming election. every scenario that they produce, except for a electoral victory for President Trump. Every scenario leads to civil war. That's what we might be facing in 2 months in the most powerful country in world history. Those are the two major parliamentary democracies. The analysis of the Bulletin of Atomic Science, the setting of the doomsday clock, was before it was recognized how serious the pandemic is. That's a fourth element. The threat of nuclear war, the enormous threat of environmental catastrophe, the threat of deterioration of democracy, the threat of a global pandemic, which is likely to recur in even a more serious form unless major steps are taken to avert it. In every one of these cases, we know how to proceed. There are answers which are feasible, easily within the range of what can be done with contemporary resources, contemporary technology, but it has to be done. Each of these cases is international. There are no borders for the pandemic, for environmental catastrophe. A nuclear war destroys all of us. Deterioration of democracy taking place in many parts of the world, not just the oldest parliamentary democracies, also the largest parliamentary democracy, India. Largest parliamentary democracy, its leader, Modi, is tearing to shreds the secular democratic system, instituting a religious Hindu extremist ethnocracy while crushing Kashmir. These are severe danger signs all over the world. An international response is necessary to deal with them. What's happening today, centered in the Vatican, is a crucial part of it. Pope Francis's declarations are a call to answer, to deal with the enormous impending threats that we face. Tomorrow, September 17th, will be the first meeting, opening meeting of the Progressive International, an international organization based on the Sanders movement in the United States, GM25, Yanis Varoufakis's European movement, which is a transnational movement intending to running candidates in the European Parliament and national parliaments, seeking to preserve what is valuable in the European Union and to overcome the very serious flaws of the European Union, including its deeply anti-democratic character, which is causing great resentment, anger, contempt for institutions throughout Europe. The fact that the basic decisions have been taken out of the hands of national governments, where people have some influence, and put in the hands of the Troika, an unelected bureaucracy in Brussels, heavily influenced by the northern banks. Very severe blow to democracy. Their effort is to overcome that. Similar problems in the United States, even worse, as I mentioned. Same in India, same in Brazil, Orban's Hungary, many other places. The Progressive International is based on these two movements, brings in voices from the global South, could well be a counterpart to the Vatican-initiated program, which we're taking part in today. These internationalist initiatives must succeed and should unify with similar voices throughout the world. That is really the only hope for escaping from this unique, incredible moment in human history when decisions have to be made in the short term, can't delay decisions as to whether the human experiment on Earth will survive or whether we will destroy ourselves. That is what we are now facing for the first time in history and for the last time in history. If we don't deal with it now, human history is over.
Muchas gracias, doctor Chomsky. Cuando Gabriela lo presentó al comienzo del foro, habló de un feroz crítico del mundo y el modelo en el que vivimos, y un analista brillante. Por supuesto que estos adjetivos, en todo caso, hablan de su calidad humana y de su visión objetiva del mundo en el que vivimos. Naturalmente necesitamos tomar sus palabras y repensarlas en nuestras prácticas. Yo quisiera pedirle a Fernando Solanas y a Miguel Heinz que incluso, bueno, Miguel Heinz en este momento, bueno, es alemán y está en Alemania. Fernando Solanas está en París porque es embajador nuestro, pero es argentino. ¿A qué reflexión los guían las palabras del doctor Chomsky? Voy a comenzar por Miguel y luego por Fernando.
Pues, yo creo que lo importante es ir viendo todo el contexto en que estamos viviendo ahora también con el tema de la pandemia del coronavirus. Lo he tocado un poco en mi reflexión al inicio, que es como una lupa que nos hace ver más claro algunos aspectos que estamos viviendo, de hecho, que estamos viviendo ya en los últimos años. Y entre otros, por supuesto, también el tema del cambio climático que estamos sufriendo y que, como dijo Noam Chomsky claramente, que es un par de segundos antes de las 12. Estamos en una situación donde no podemos esperar más. Y yo creo que es el tiempo de actuar y eso debemos hacer en primer lugar. Ponernos en red, conectarnos, hacer alianzas y actuar, porque no se puede esperar más. Eso es lo primero que me ha tocado a mí ahora, otra vez más fuerte, que es tiempo de actuar y no tiempo de esperar.
Gracias, Miguel. Fernando.
Bueno, yo saludo al pensador Chomsky, que es una de las voces más creíbles y con más autoridad que hoy oímos. Bueno, por supuesto, la pregunta que le haría, si ve alguna salida con esperanza, porque es cierto que nos cuesta creer o asumir que los caminos se van cerrando, que la humanidad no los quiere admitir. Me gustaría una reflexión final del doctor Chomsky en qué condiciones o dónde ubicamos la esperanza en esto.
Doctor Chomsky tiene la palabra.
Sorry.
Ask them to repeat in English, please.
Sorry, what did you say?
Ask them to say in English.
Can you repeat what you just said?
Sí, Fernando, o Gabriela, vos podés traducir, o misma traductora también, la pregunta que hizo Fernando al doctor Chomsky.
Sorry, but...
No hay problema.
That's fine. Sí, por favor.
Sorry, but I can't hear what's being said.
Sí, la traslado yo. La pregunta que le hace Fernando Solanas al doctor Chomsky es, a partir de su diagnóstico y pensamiento, si es posible encontrar un camino concreto, esperanzador, ante la posible certeza de que la humanidad esté cerrando su ciclo.
If I understood correctly, are there concrete hopes for the future? Serious hopes? Definitely. Every one of the crises that we're facing has very straightforward solutions. Let's take the environmental crisis, our prime concern today. There are very careful, serious studies by leading economists. One of them is my colleague and co-author, Robert Pollin. Another is Jeffrey Sachs, using different models, coming out with very much the same conclusions. The conclusions are that we can reach the UN proposed deadlines of the IPCC, International Commission, of reducing carbon emissions by about half within 10 years and to net zero by the mid-century. Net zero, we can meet that with expenditures that are about maybe 3% of gross domestic product, about a fraction of what has just been expended by the Treasury Department to try to deal with the first stages of the pandemic, a small percentage of what the United States spent in proportion of GDP to fight the Second World War. Small percentage. The resources are there. The technology is there. Sustainable energy already has been reduced in cost dramatically over the past decade. It will continue to do so. It is now lower cost than most fossil fuels, can become even more so. There's the Green New Deal that's being proposed does not just seek to reduce emissions, which is necessary for survival, but also to change our way of life, to turn to a more livable, viable society in which people can not only prosper, but live decent lives. It's not amusing to sit for 3 hours every day in a traffic jam. It'd be much better to have an efficient mass transportation system, efficient, clean, get you to where you want. But it's a community endeavor, something that has to be done jointly. Every one of these, and the same is true across the board. There are many things that can be done that will be very helpful to create a better world, but they have to be done together. It's not just internationalism that's required. It's community efforts that have to be required. Now it happens along with the 4 immediate crises. There's a longer term, deeper one. We have been living through 40 years of a debilitating, harmful economic experiment based on the principle announced at its opening by its 2 leaders, Margaret Thatcher, there is no society, just individuals acting on their own, thrown into the market to survive however they can. Same time, Ronald Reagan, Government is the problem, not the solution. Decisions have to be moved out of the hands of government, which is somewhat responsive to the pressures and needs of the population, moved into private, unaccountable hands, private power, which is dominated, which has one goal: greed. Milton Friedman, the economic guru of the neoliberal age, wrote a very influential article saying the duty of corporations is to enrich their shareholders and their management, nothing else. No concern for the community, for the workforce, for the environment, anything else. Their duty is to enrich themselves. That's neoliberalism. Enrich yourself if you have power. Others try to survive somehow, undermine democracy, because that's a problem. Taxation is robbery. So therefore, a move to tax havens to store tens of trillions of dollars, literally robbed from the public. That's what we've been living with for 40 years. We can see that one of the effects is destruction of community, destruction of internationalism, all for ourselves. The powerful win, the rest are in deep trouble. Now we've seen the effects of this. One of the effects is what we're now discussing. What has to be done as communities internationally has been severely undermined. There are also other effects, and just illustrate from the United States, but it's comparable elsewhere. In the United States, after 40 years of this assault, 0.1%, not 1%, 0.1% of the population has 20% of the wealth. That's twice what they had when the experiment began 40 years ago. A majority of the population is getting by from week to week. You get a paycheck, may carry you through to the next week. No reserves. Anything goes wrong, you're in trouble. This is happening everywhere. And one effect on the population is pretty obvious. Anger, which is justified, resentment, justified, contempt for institutions, which is very easily understandable, easy terrain for demagogues to come and say, I'm your leader, trust me, follow me. Easy to find scapegoats. It's those bad people who are doing it to us, immigrants, Afro-Americans, communists, Chinese, you name it. The demagogue will easily pick it. That's the world that has been created as the background for these crises that have come upon us together, jointly, calling for internationalism, calling for community efforts. It is within our means to overcome these crises, but it's not going to happen to itself by itself. It's going to take dedicated, serious engagement of a kind that has been rare in human history, but is deeply necessary right now. If, again, I cannot say it too often, if the human experiment is going to continue, and in fact, to improve with better lives, more moral lives, more decent lives, more compassion, more support for one another, better existence for all of us. It's within our grasp.
Me parece medular lo que nos está planteando y me lleva a una reflexión que quisiera compartir con usted, doctor Chomsky, una reflexión colectiva. El 27 de marzo de este año, cuando la pandemia tenía un horizonte diferente al que observamos ahora, o cuando tal vez nosotros esperábamos que la pandemia tuviese un horizonte diferente, el Papa Francisco caminó solitario en la plaza de San Pedro, en la piazza de San Pietro, en una imagen que describe perfectamente el pastor Marcelo Figueroa, editor responsable del Observatorio Romano en Argentina, probablemente en la foto más cruda de este siglo. El Papa Francisco se paró ante una multitud invisible y mencionó, palabras más, palabras menos, un testimonio que se llama Al atardecer, un testimonio bíblico, por supuesto, donde Jesús en la tormenta duerme en una barca y los apóstoles, preocupados, temerosos, lo van a despertar. No voy a ser yo quien pueda explicar claramente la frase bíblica, pero sí recuperar esta idea que el Papa nos plantea cuando dice: todos estamos en la misma barca, todos temerosos, todos desorientados, pero todos juntos y esperanzados. Pero no hay otra barca. Esta es la única barca. Y en ese sentido, sumado a un comentario que hace Juan Pablo Olson, le pregunto si esa imagen del Papa, todos juntos en una única barca, nos lleva a esta cuestión que usted plantea con respecto al dilema de internacionalismo o extinción. Y de no ser así, ¿en qué consiste este dilema que usted plantea de internacionalismo o extinción?
Internationalism or extinction, that's what we face. We are going to join together, or we will all destroy each other together. We are facing a moment in which the human species is approaching the threat of extinction. Doesn't mean that every human being on Earth will die, but it means that any form of organized life that has any significance to us will disappear. There is no way that organized human society can survive a rise in sea level of, say, 10 meters, which is not unlikely even within a century. We are approaching a point of global warming, which is not far from 125 years ago, 125,000 years ago. At that time, the sea levels were about 9 to 10 meters higher than they are today. Now, of course, it doesn't happen in 1 minute. It keeps developing. Just very recently, the worst cyclone in the history of East Bengal hit, one consequence of global warming. Large part of Bangladesh was underwater. Most of settled Bangladesh is a coastal plain. Much of it was underwater. Well, that finally receded. Next time it's not going to recede. We will somehow overcome the pandemic at terrible cost and needless cost, as we can see from the countries that have dealt with it properly, mostly in East Asia, but it can be dealt with. So we will overcome it. We're not going to overcome the melting of the Arctic ice caps. That's finished. It's over. We've lost that. Greenland may have reached a point of no return. In the Antarctic, where the glaciers are far greater, the ice water content is far beyond the Arctic. The main glaciers, the Thwaites glaciers, just recently we have learned that they have become disconnected. There's warm water flowing under them, which means they will begin to melt. The amount of water there is too colossal to think of. In fact, if you look at particles per million, number of CO2 particles per million in the atmosphere, it's gone up very radically, even in the past 50 years. It's now approaching the level of 3 million years ago, when sea levels were maybe 50 meters higher than they are today. Now that's not going to happen tomorrow. It might happen in 100 years, maybe 200 years. That's hideous enough. And again, it doesn't happen in 1 minute. It grows, it develops. Recent projections are that over 1 billion people may be forced out of their homes within the next few years. People talk about a refugee crisis. Pope Francis characterized it correctly. It is not a refugee crisis. It is a moral crisis of the West, which is responsible for creating the conditions and is acting savagely towards the victims. It's a moral crisis of the West. When there's another 1 billion people fleeing from their homes, there's an even greater, a colossal moral crisis of those who have consciously destroyed the environment which is forcing them to flee. That's what we're facing very soon. I can see it right outside my window. I live in Arizona, Southwest United States. There's heavy smoke outside. Why? Because California is burning up. Hundreds of miles away, the smoke is here. You can sense it all the way to New York, 3,000 miles away. That's a rich, powerful country which has the resources to overcome it. So we'll have smoke. Not wonderful, increases pollution, increases the threat of the pandemic, which is a respiratory disease, but you can survive it. Not in Bangladesh. They can't survive it. India can't survive at temperatures of 50 degrees centigrade, and high humidity, a lack of any form of air conditioning. They can't survive that. That's well over 1 billion people. That's what we're creating. Much of the Middle East will be uninhabitable. The area where I live is expected to be uninhabitable within 50 or 60 years because of rising heat and drought, shortage of water. These things are happening everywhere. We can control them. We have the means at a fraction of the cost that has been used in other lesser cases. What's lacking is the will, the consciousness, the understanding, the willingness to face the disasters that are before us, to use the means that are available to us to overcome these crises, to create a better world, a more moral world, a world that is dedicated to human needs and wants and just living rather than to profit for a very few. That's the choice we face. So, yes.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Chomsky. Son innumerables los testimonios y el agradecimiento de nuestros participantes a sus palabras agudas, demoledoras, que nos llevan a pensar mejor el desafío de reinventar nuestra democracia y restituir la política y lo político. Este foro global virtual del derecho al agua, al derecho a la esperanza, se extendió del mes de junio hasta el día de hoy. Hoy termina nuestros primeros 6 encuentros, y seguramente cuando comenzamos hablando de los escenarios del futuro, esperábamos entender en su carácter, esperábamos entender una serie de cuestiones que su caracterización nos lleva a un análisis crítico del mundo en el que vivimos y al tipo de decisiones que debemos tomar. No se trata de entender la esperanza como una cuestión ingenua. La esperanza no es una cuestión ingenua. Es un trabajo que implica discernimiento, que implica diálogo, que implica pensar el futuro y pensarlo desde el presente, no esperarlo. Probablemente nos van a quedar muchas cosas por preguntar y preguntarnos, pero también tenemos la certeza de habernos encontrado en esta comunidad virtual en función de los tiempos que corren para poder hablar de aquello que nos pasa y para poder compartir en el pensamiento algunas ideas con respecto a la acción posterior. No menor es el liderazgo del Papa Francisco al respecto, y seguramente nos invita a seguir pensando esta cuestión. Doctor Chomsky, ¿usted quiere agregar algo?
I'm afraid I'll have to leave you. I have another interview. I'm already late. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to have a chance to talk to you. And I hope you achieve the crucially important goals that you're striving to attain. It's essential.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Chomsky. Aquí Inés Testoni lo califica de profeta, líder y faro. Y hasta aquí llegamos, a 4 días que la primavera comience en el hemisferio sur, y a un solo día para que comiencen las fiestas judías. Somos hermanos mayores en la fe, y para nosotros el año nuevo es el comienzo de un nuevo ciclo al cual esperamos sea dulce y bello. Por lo tanto, Yanato Bau Metuká, a todos ustedes también, y despedirnos y agradecerles a todos todo este periodo donde hemos compartido tanta pasión, tanto conocimiento y esta posibilidad de gestar las acciones necesarias para una cultura del encuentro. Muchísimas gracias.